The following program is for adult audiences only.
Even if I try to leave, you still make me wanna stay. You ask me to believe in the words that you say, but I can't be strong if you can't move on. Don't you think we've had enough of the trauma you bring? Ain't you tired of thinking we can get through anything? 'Cause I can't move on if you can't be strong. But every time I hear you say my name, it always feels the same. 'Cause I've loved you for a lifetime. We can run through fire and rain, but it always feels the same. And I'm waiting for a lifetime. So you say you wanna change, but lately things have been the same. And it's my heart you're holding back again. And I can't be strong if you can't move on. Every time I hear you say my name, it always feels the same. 'Cause I've loved you for a lifetime. We can run through fire and rain, but it always feels the same. 'Cause I've loved you for a lifetime. Now is the time for you to leave the past We can run through fire and rain, but it always feels the same. 'Cause I've loved you for a lifetime. When I hear you say my name, it always feels the same. 'Cause I've loved you for a lifetime.
Smoke in my room, I swear it won't go away. Steering wheel, it turns, but it goes your way. Cowboy killers and a little bit of whiskey. Strings on guitars make it sound like you're with me. Flesh and bones scattered around your home. The mind, you know. in my room and pillowcase on my bed. Driving through the city and all the pretty things remind me of the way you laugh when I say a joke. I'm with all of my friends, don't think that they'll ever know. Smile and laugh, but I don't know anymore. If I can't live without you anymore.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through.
You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of the Mixing and Chilling vlog. I'm your host, DJ Alex. We have a co-host, Kenny the Vaping Heed, and mate's working till 8 o'clock tonight, so he's going to be a little bit late today. But we still have an amazing show set up for you guys today. I do have an awesome retro vape, which isn't quite technically a retro vape by today's standards, because, I mean, realistically now, with everything being so hard to get access to, if your local shop doesn't carry this, you're going to have to order it directly from China. And it's going to take like a month to get this thing. So there's our retro vape for today. It's the Geek Vape Aegis 5. Oh, man. Geek Vape Aegis has been amazing, man. I remember a long time ago when we first bought the Legend, and we brought that thing home, and I watched everybody's reviews on it, and Daniel, drove his car over top of the thing to prove how indestructible this thing was. I mean, It's pretty impressive if you really think about it, because it's nothing but just a bunch of zinc alloy, and it's got a rubber coating on the outside to, you know, try and make it a little more durable for those of people that like work in the construction industry and stuff. And, you know, we drop our stuff on the floor all the time. And man, the Aegis Legend was fantastic. Now, like everything else, Geek Vape has tried to make things, you know, cheaper and, you know, not so indestructible so that, you know, you can save some money. And most of the time it doesn't actually save you any money. It just keeps the price the same because the new taxes drove the price up. So they needed to introduce a product that was cheaper to manufacture. They could still get, you know, their share out of the cut. And you don't have to pay $200 for a frickin' mod. So, you know, here we have the Aegis 5. And this is the racing edition of it. So we're going to check this thing out. I heard that the L200, the Aegis L200 was nothing but plastic. The whole thing was made of plastic. Which like in my current day, I have to look at it and go, I could just make one. Seriously. Like it's easy to DIY your own stuff. Like somebody gave me something. It's a little vent clip, right? And it's just a decoration you put inside your car. And people sell these same little vent clip things as like air fresheners and whatnot. You can get all kinds of designs on it. But this person sent me this thing, was a Disney fanatic, right? And so they have a little Mickey shaped decoration that has a vent clip on it. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I can make you some more of these. No problem. So I got the thing and I'm like, worst case scenario, I'll just have to 3D scan the thing and, you know, clean that up and, you know, go and just print some more. Well, turns out this design that they bought is very unique. Like nobody has shared this design anywhere on any of the 3D printing platforms. It's not on MakerWorld. There's plenty of other ones that are like it. But I like fell in love with this thing from an engineering standpoint because I'm like, oh man, the problem with plastic is when it gets super hot, it can warp, it can deform. So like all the ones that I've seen so far have these wee little tiny thin little clippy things that push into your vent visor. And it's like, you know, that's great if you got the air conditioner running. But when you're at work, you know, for the 8-hour shift, and you come out and it's like 100 degrees outside, it's like 130 inside your car or hotter. Like you need like really good plastic to be able to not deform like that. And I'm sure most people are not printing these things in like ABS plastic. They're probably printing it in your standard quick, not even think about a PLA. The problem is if you like have a customer that's in Florida and they put that thing in their car and they go to work and it's like 120 out that one day, or in Texas, they come out and the thing just might be drooping there or might have even fallen off because it no longer has the tension you need to, you know, hold on to your vent visor clip. This thing was designed awesome, but nobody has any of the available design drawings for this or is a printable file uploaded and shared anywhere. So I looked at this thing and I'm like, oh, you know what? We'll use AI. AI is supposed to be helping us with everything we do. So I'm like, okay, Grok, here's a picture of what I want. You know, can you give me an STL file for that? He's like, no, I can't give you an STL file. You give me a picture, I can give you a description. And you can use this description in some open source software and open source CAD software that will take this description and actually create your drawing. And I'm like, what? You don't have to pay thousands of dollars to use CAD anymore? I mean, yeah, I know that there was Tinkercad, right? And it's put on by the same people that I learned AutoCAD on. But it's like simplified for people that don't really know the technical ins and outs of it. And it's like anything else. It's like Photoshop. If you do not know the intricacies of Photoshop and what button does what, it doesn't matter if you know how to like edit videos and edit photographs and stuff like that. It's like you need to learn how to do that thing. And Grok told me, hey man, just go use this software. It's OpenSCAD or something. And I went and I downloaded it and I took what he put on there and Let me tell you, Grok and AI is not what they're telling us it is. It is not capable of doing anything you want. Because the thing that it drew had no characteristical resemblance to the thing I asked it to make. But it did open up the possibility for me to go, this probably is pretty easy to figure out. Because I've got, 3 master's degrees. So it's like I know computer software and programming and information security and all this other stuff. And this is simple. This is, you give it the geometry, you do some basic mathematics on it, and you can add and subtract parts. And needless to say, in 24 hours, I'd completely learned this OpenSCAD software, and I designed the clip myself, right down to the tolerances and spacing and the whole 9 yards. Prototyped it. I had to go through 2 more revisions before I got something that was better than the original, because I made mine a little bit longer. I made mine 5 millimeters of straightness before it, opens and flares out. And I made sure that it was just as 4 millimeters thick, and the dimensions are perfect. From an engineering perspective, this thing is better than the original design. But functionally, you can use this clip to replace the clip that came with that one. And because I had to make my own thing, I also had to use that drawing, the section of it that actually slides into the other piece, to create a negative that you could literally use to be able to insert into anything that you wanted to and create the same slot to use that exact same clip. Holy cow, man. This 3D printing world that I've just gotten myself into has just opened up so many possibilities. As you guys saw in the intro there for the overhead camera, let me see if I got it there. Yeah, I made all those. It takes me no time whatsoever to just throw stuff together and create something tangible that I can sell. I am so excited for the possibilities that exist in the future. Now it's just a matter of, with the show, man. This set that you see here did not happen in 5 minutes. This is a complex thing consisting of 50 different individual aspects and assets that are put together onto a scene. And then, they have to be, moved around and manipulated, and when Kenny comes on, that TV comes over here. I scoot over and we change and transform in 3-dimensional space. And I love doing this kind of stuff because it really makes you think. And sometimes things don't work out exactly like you want it to, because you tell it to do something and then it just doesn't do what you're supposed to do. I don't have a set or a scene that is set up at this place where the TV just slides off and I stay in place. Probably should have had something like that, but I don't. Push it again, and now all of a sudden it actually finishes the transition. It's like AI, man. When you ask it to give you something very, very specific, it just doesn't. It doesn't. It gives you an approximation of it. So after I got done making this little file, I uploaded it to Grok, and I said, I want you to make me the negative piece on it. I wanted to see what your capabilities are. I didn't tell it that, but I wanted to see what its capabilities were. How simple would it be for it to give you that negative part that you can now take into Bamboo Labs software and use that negative part to create a slot that this clip that you put on your vents in your car could easily be used for anything else that you can imagine, right? It doesn't need to be a little Mickey ear that you put this little clip on. Perhaps you want to have a cell phone holder, and you design a cell phone holder. You just need some clips, and you've got these vertical vents in your car. Like the Fords have these big, long, massive vents that sit right there. And I'm like, man, that would be the perfect place for you to just clip your phone into. And all you need is the clips that are there, and you could have that into, a holder, and then you could just put your phone on it. There's so many things, so a world of possibilities. It just literally staggers the mind, because it's up to your imagination on what you can actually achieve and accomplish. And it's just, I've been having a fantastic time with this stuff. And obviously, I've still been doing all the mundane stuff, cleaning, organizing, getting rid of stuff, donating stuff, dropping this stuff off. Unreal out there. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to like blow up on you, but man, did I have an awesome week. Like, I got a little surprise for Kenny later when he gets here. He told us all that time ago that, Skynet, I'm telling you, Skynet's here. I'm like, okay, let's make him a light box. I haven't put any of the guts inside it, but I created that. It's that simple. Yeah, the drawing was up there for the Skynet thing, but like everything else, I don't just take what's there and like go, oh, okay, that works. The thing was like this thick, and I'm like, no, it needs to be wider. It needs to look like a shadow box, It needs to be able to sit on top of like a desk or something like that. And you need to have, a hole in here that you can put a grommet into to run your wires in and out of, or you need to put install a battery thing in the back so that you can put batteries into it. And then you need to have a place for you to put a switch so you can turn it on and off. I mean, when I see things that people post on there, it's like, oh, that's cool. But here's the perfect example, right? The reason I started into the whole 3D printing thing in the first place is I needed this grid system for the Elgato key lights. Because I had these big, ugly monstrosity fabric kind of things on there, and they didn't actually fit because there never was one released or designed specifically for this. And I came across this thing, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And it's selling on Amazon for $50 a piece. Well, I'm in the process of fixing this one. This is a single print. I did not, because of the size limitations on my printer, I was not able to take this end piece that wraps around and include that in there because it's literally 4 millimeters too thick. But there's enough room in here. I could shave 4 millimeters off, redesign the clip that attaches to it, and then it's literally a single grid can be printed as a single print. And then I can literally have a whole plate of the clips that attach it to the thing. And the other people that are selling this thing right now on Amazon for $50 are literally printing 6 different plates on a standard size, 3D printer to make that thing. No. We need to be efficient right off the bat. And there's no point in me sitting here and 5 times going back to the printer to take that one off, put a different build plate in, tell it to print the next plate. No. Make it all one. If you got a printer that's big enough, you should be able to just do it as a single print. And actually, I could do that as a single print with the clips that are attached onto it. But I'd see that as inefficient use of time. You should do a whole plate of nothing but the clips. And then you do a whole plate of the grid. And then twice a day, that machine spits out a fully functionable, sellable part, to bring in $50. And that's not like the most profitable venture out there. There's people out there that are making keychain thingies that literally cost them 2 cents to make, and they're selling them for $5 a piece. They're all about the money. You just find a niche that, has been unserved or underserved, and there's your market opportunity to, make a living off of. But anyway, we've got a much shorter news section this week, and I've wanted to do this in the first place. But in the second place, when I did the research for the news this week, once I dismissed all the misinformation, scare tactics, fear-mongering campaign stuff, I only found 5 stories that are worth talking about today for the news. So we're going to have a very short news section this week. Sorry about the adult beverage thing. I'm just going to continue drinking the wine that I had last week because, if I don't, it's just me, myself, and I here. So that whole bottle, it's going to last me a while. I could have a glass of dinner every night and, get over it in a week. But I like variety in my life, So, I'm not going to drink the same thing all the time. I'm not going to eat the same thing all the time. You got to always switch it up, have something different. So, going to have the wine for our adult beverage thing. You guys did upload some hand checks, and during the show, I am going to have to, go in and make sure that there wasn't anything else uploaded since yesterday to add to the collection. Hand checks are kind of sparse this week. We do have plenty of dad jokes, and I do want to finally do some actual mixing. And I do want to start doing the flavors diary again, getting that started up on Fridays. So we're going to do a couple mixes today, not just one random recipe. We're going to do, I need to make my cinnamon Danish swirl muffins. So if you haven't come across that recipe before, you'll get to see it today. We're going to make 120 mils of that. And we're going to do a couple random recipes. Because I really want to get back into doing this mixing thing. I want to learn all these flavors so that I can actually come up with some really good bangers out there, simple shaken vapes. I love the idea of being able to just shake something up, enjoy it, and really fall in love with it by the second day. Like, you mix it up in the afternoon, you wake up the next morning, and you go put it back on your thing and get your little favorite dripper out and go, okay, how did this recipe really turn out? Because you can't judge a shake and vape on the shake and vape. You have to give it 24 hours for everything to fall into a nice balance inside of that recipe. The difference between a shake and vape and all these other ones, there's chemical reactions that take place over time. And that's why the custards and the dairies and the creams take so long. Because the flavor that you're tasting on the flavoring isn't the same flavor that you're experiencing a month or 6 months down the road. It's the blending of all the different chemicals that go into that e-liquid recipe that break down over time, or exposed to the UV light that breaks it down, exposed to oxygen, so you have, oxygen degradation that takes place in there. And who doesn't love a good shake and vape? There's so many recipes that I mixed up and I come back to and it's like, oh, this is fantastic. But in order for me to mix this up, I need to plan it ahead of time. And some of the recipes I literally needed to make it 6 months ahead of time. Like, if you wanted a Christmas vape, you better use Christmas in July as your excuse to make that liquid. You want to have a good eggnog, you're going to have to start it in July if you truly want to enjoy that full, rich, eggy mouthfeel. So that's why probably nobody's come up with a really good eggnog, because it's not that simple to make that kind of eggy, creamy sensation when you try and not use anything with DAP in it. Despite I'm not even going to get into the science that shows that a cigarette has way more diacetyl than your e-liquids do. $18,650s are just not enough for an enjoyable mech mod experience. Actually, technically, it could be. I just need to change the coil that I'm using inside it. But I do really enjoy, when I was talking about the 6 month thing, Neil sent me this white chocolate blueberry truffle. He mixed that up 9/19 of last year. This is the best flavor I've tasted out of that recipe. And it's taken this long for everything to reach a beautiful equilibrium inside there, where all those flavor nuances are perceptible and evenly balanced, and nothing overpowers you, nothing detracts from the recipe. It's just a beautiful white chocolate blueberry truffle. And like most vape juices, it's actually a little thin if you don't have a good, hit on your device. You can cut the airflow back to try and improve it some. It's like anything else, man. An airplane can only fly if it's within its operational envelope. If you fly too fast, the wings fly off. If you fly too slow, it falls to the ground. Vapes are the same way. Disposables make it stupid. You only get one option. You don't know that you don't get one option. They give you an airflow adjustment on the bottom, or a switch that changes the power, but your experience is always within that operational envelope. When you have rebuildable stuff, like I love this Steam Crave thing, and I'm still annoyed at the top cap not wanting to line up right away. But I've had it on the Squonker now. I need to get this video published. I need to get lots of videos published. For 2 weeks now. And I got Slurricane in that now because, man, what an awesome recipe that is. Anyway, we've got so much to cover today. We need to get moving, and it's been the half-hour mark. We need to roll the news bumper, get into the news, get that section over with, and then we can actually go and have some real fun. Because, you know, who wants to sit there and obsess over the news? But you got to do it. You got to know what's going on around you. If you don't have any situational awareness, you could be taken out in a heartbeat. So here's the bumper. Are you ready? New science and advocacy now. A new article published here in the Well News. New research blows up the myths driving vape bans. Traditional cigarette smoking imposes a staggering toll on the U.S. economy, costing nearly $400 billion annually, including more than $225 billion in direct medical expenses and more than $156 billion in lost productivity. It's no surprise that smoking causes so much economic damage, considering that a single traditional cigarette contains more than 600 individual ingredients, and when burned, releases more than 7,000 harmful chemicals like arsenic, formaldehyde, lead, and tar that they constantly say is inside of our vape because they want to group the two together because that's what tobacco control does. You try and establish a simple framework and you ignore the fact that a non-combustible product is not the same as a combustible product. The combustion itself is the most destructive component of a cigarette. When you take and you have tobacco and you just put that inside your mouth, you don't have any harms in your lungs. It's simple, fundamental science. People lose track of simple science, simple things. And maybe that's why I'm having such an awesome time with 3D printers, because I understand simple science. I understand physics. I understand mathematics and how things work together and interrelate to each other, and how when you affect one thing, it automatically is going to have a consequence in other things. It's not, we don't live in a world that has, whatever the outcome is that you want. The outcome is usually predetermined by a whole host of factors that you walk into the situation with. And you really don't have much of a say-so in what is going to happen. You can influence it this way or that way, but when you got, a comet coming at you, your best course of action is just get the hell out of the way. Don't try and veer the comet around you. That's not how life works. But, tobacco control thinks it can work that way. We just ban something, it goes away. We tax it to oblivion so people can't afford it, and people just stop buying it. No, that's not what happens. What happens is you don't have any influence whatsoever on consumer demand. If a consumer wants something, they're going to get it. If you ban all the legitimate shops from being able to legally sell you that product, well, then everybody's just going to go and buy it on the black market. How do you not understand this? How do you not see that this is what's happening? No. We're just going to ban it. We're just going to tax it. Tobacco use and secondhand smoke kill more than 480,000 Americans each year, making it the leading preventable cause of death in the world. And that's not just in the U.S., like this article says, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which isn't actually about preventing disease or controlling disease or preventing anything other than you knowing the truth about everything. Because everything is a marketing campaign, and all the messaging that's out there is directed in a way to elicit a response, not to inform the public. It's a travesty that reality is not what it needs to be. And I honestly think it all boils down to the fact that, everybody just has this inalienable greed to acquire wealth. For what? I have no idea. You can't take it with you when you're dead. It becomes somebody else's headache to deal with. Anyway. Emerging research, including a recent article, appeared in a peer-reviewed medical journal, JAMA, indicates that nicotine-containing electronic cigarettes, otherwise known as our vapes, are less harmful than traditional cigarettes. That is a travesty in the communications right there. Less harmful. No. It's essentially harmless. Can we please be honest about the fact it's essentially harmless? Look at everything else in society that we have and expose ourselves to on a daily basis. Think about the fact that, there are people out there that go and have Chick-fil-A for lunch every single day. Chick-fil-A is the best way you could possibly molest chicken to make it unhealthy. Seriously. Look at what they're frying that stuff in. Is that good for you? Or is that one of the reasons why we have so much inflammation that everybody has to take an ibuprofen or a naproxen or a Tylenol every single day by the time you hit 50 because you can't even get out of bed without your knees hurting? And I know this from firsthand experience that when you quit eating stuff like that and quit eating like that and you only eat whole foods that you minimally molest in the cooking process. I'm not saying don't season your food, don't live a bland diet. You can live a very, very healthy life where weight is not an issue. And in a very short period of time, your body cleans itself out. And when you don't keep poisoning it with all this crap, your health goes through the roof. You have energy for days. You don't wake up with aches and pains. And the only aches and pains you have is when you overexert yourself, or if you're living too sedentary a lifestyle. There are days where you're going to have to be active and mobile, and you're going to feel that pain because your muscles aren't strong enough to support your own weight, even though you lost 100 pounds. Anyway, according to Public Health England, the e-cigarettes are up to 95% less harmful. That's not true. Electronic cigarettes can be up to 99.5% less harmful than traditional cigarettes. How do I know that? Because I've read multiple scientific studies that looked at, for example, the cancer risk of an exclusive vapor compared to somebody who smoked cigarettes or is smoking cigarettes or smoked cigarettes and gave it up 2 decades ago. That potential harm that you get from your vape could be 99.9% less harmful, because it all depends on how much of a cloud sucker you like to be. You like to fill the room with a weather system? then you're exposing your body to more of the active ingredients that are inside of that liquid that's vaporized when you breathe that in. And simple science tells you that, the reason why all the FDA products that came out, like, the Juul, make very, 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 very tiny vapors, because then they can show the scientists that there's no harm. There's no measurable formaldehyde. There's no measurable anything in this. It's essentially water vapor that you're breathing in. It's really not. It's simple math. It's the fact that you're making such a minuscule quantity of vapor that no sensor that we have in modern technology can accurately determine what the hell's in your thing. Because if you took an equal volume for volume of atomized vapor and you compared it to this, this is actually healthier for you than this is. The only thing that makes this not healthier than this is the fact that you're taking in a weather system every time you breathe. Whereas when you use the Juul, which I don't have a pod for because their battery and their mod and their design is so chintzy and stupid that it's useless, and I refuse to go and spend money on a big tobacco product that is junk. The Enjoy Ace has the right size battery, has the right shape, has the ergonomic design. It uses the exact same coil pretty much. But I hate the tobacco flavor. I would love to have a nice menthol, a nice mint, a nice candy cane. But, we got to protect the children. We can't possibly tell the people the truth. We have to fearmonger them into doing what we want them to, because, that's the only kind of whip that we have access to without, letting them know that we're invading their human right to make a free choice for themselves on what they want to consume, what they want to put inside their bodies. Anyway, this goes back 14, 15, 16 years, 18. I don't even know. I've lost track now because it happened before I even started vaping. They got together. They had a little roundtable meeting, and they published a study and then published a paper that they had as the conclusion to their meeting. And the meeting says that, well, looking at all the known science and understanding basic physics and calculus and chemistry and everything else, e-cigarettes is what they were calling it. Nicotine vaping is unlikely to ever exceed 5% the harms of a traditional combustible tobacco cigarette. That's where the 95% claim comes from. And for some reason, people took that 5%, flipped it to 95% safer, and think that it's gospel truth. It's not. And for the people that go, why are you scaring people? You got to keep it simple. Okay, well, if you want to keep it simple, then you need to put a range in and say that, when you get yourself a beautiful tank that you don't go and clean, and you just you get your average Joe Blow out there that doesn't understand vaping, just happened to pick it up in a vape shop one day, and it was like, oh, I spent $150 at the vape shop to try and quit smoking. Hey, this tastes great. I love this thing. This is wonderful. Come back a week later. Man, that don't taste like I remember it did a week ago. Kind of tastes yucky and burnt. Oh, well, at least I'm not smoking. Come back 2 weeks later. Man, this thing tastes like shit. I honestly think that this thing tastes worse than my cigarette. Well, of course it does, bonehead, because you bought a stock coil sub-ohm tank and you never changed your coil. That coil doesn't last forever. You need to change that coil. When it starts to degrade and starts to, stuff starts to build up on it because you are heating a liquid, and you will get degradation of ingredients and compounds, and you will get a buildup of things that are not fully, it's what combustion. The worst kind of combustion you can have is incomplete combustion. If you have complete combustion, there's nothing left after it's done. Well, it's the same way with your coils. You have to keep it in the operational envelope, and you need to have stuff that is enjoyable. And flavor molecules are destroyed quick and easy. So, if money were no object, your stock coil direct along sub-ohm tank would change the coil in that thing every 3 days. And with technology getting as good as it is, and some of the things having much smaller coils in there, you could go a week. But you need to religiously change your coil out every single week. And there you got some Joe Blow that walked into a vape shop, bought himself a thing, was upset at spending $150 on there. 3 weeks later is using the same damn coil that came with the kit, not even thinking about the fact that when you open that box up, there was already a spare coil in there to try and nudge you into going, you can't use one coil forever, dude. That's not a spare part inside there. That's a consumable part of this process. So you need to change that coil. As soon as the flavor starts to degrade, it's already too late. Switch your coil. Put a new coil in there, and you're good to go. But when you put a new coil in there, you also need to, at that point, go back to the shop and go, hey, man, I need a box of coils for this thing because I just realized that this is something I'm going to have to buy for the rest of eternity until I either quit using nicotine vaping to not smoke cigarettes, or I buy a different tank and start all over with something else. Those are your options. That's reality. That's, something that is left out in the dust of limiting ourselves to an 80 character, life. Anyway, I go deep dive into these things because I truly understand it. I understand how it works, and I want other people to understand how it works. And I want people to stop being afraid of this technology. We expose ourselves to so many things that is so bad for us and never blink an eye. Like, I made contact once again with a friend of mine, used to be a best friend of mine, long time ago. And man, back in your teenage days, you'd go to the bar every single weekend. Like, we joke around about the fact that we never went to the club or the bars until after midnight. And naturally, we closed the place out. And it wasn't because we got kicked out. It was just because we were smart enough to know you don't go to the bar at 6 o'clock at night if you plan on staying until 3:30 in the morning. You show up at midnight, and by 3:30 in the morning, you got to consume however you wanted to consume. And you still got, what you wanted out of there. You still got your buzz on, but you could drive safely home without, reasonably worrying about getting a DUI. Although, if you do the math, you should still got the DUI. The problem is you can chug 6 shots, and it's going to take a while for those 6 shots to actually make it into your bloodstream. So, when you had those 6 shots the last half hour before the place shut down because they made last call, and you're like, oh, I want 6 right there. You got to finish all 6 before you leave. Don't worry about it. No problem. And we did that plenty of times and left there. And then, went to his place or went to King's to go eat dinner or whatever. And anyway, long story short is we started talking again and reminiscing about the good old times. And it's just like, we did so much damage to our bodies. How the hell are we still alive at this age? How did we survive? Because it's bad. It's really bad. Anyway. All right. So, according to Public Health England, electronic cigarettes can be up to 95% less harmful than traditional cigarettes. Most smoking-related diseases are caused by the byproducts of combustion, not nicotine. As a result, completely switching from combustible cigarettes to electronic cigarettes not only reduces exposure to combustion-related carcinogens and toxicants, but also serves as an effective harm reduction strategy when other FDA-approved methods have failed or are not preferred by the smoker. Stephen Lane, hello and welcome. Anyway, according to the JAMA article, despite substantial evidence that e-cigarettes can be less harmful, many clinicians and the public mistakenly believe all the fear-mongering information they've been exposed to and think that they're just as harmful or even more harmful than traditional cigarettes. This drives me insane. How do people lose track of basic 5th grade science? You light something on fire, compared it to something you don't light on fire. Which one is more harmful? Anyway, despite far too much misinformation swirling around about these risk-reduced products, demand for vaping products is undeniable. According to a 2025 analysis in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine, from February of 2020 to June of 24, monthly milligrams of nicotine content sold increased by 250%. Prohibition does not eliminate the demand. It merely shifts people to the illicit products that do not often contain dangerous chemicals. It is possible for them to, but like we will find out when we get to the end of the news section today, products that are legit, authorized, and safety tested that took 6 years to get through the arduous FDA scientists and the policymakers and the regulatory paperwork that required multi-million-dollar scientific studies to be put into the application for the scientists to go, all right, this is what they're saying. Let's test this. Let's verify the veracity of it, see what they're saying. Oh, wow. Our tests show that it's even safer than what they said. And so, like, their scientists were actually scientists and automatically assume the maximum potential harm, and that's what they convey as their results. They never assume that it's safer than what their instruments were able to pick up. They always assume that their instruments aren't good enough to find every little thing. Anyway, the point is, we still have somebody dying every 5 seconds. And it doesn't have to be that way. If everybody that used combustible tobacco gave up combustion, we'd have a healthy society, healthier society. Until, people realize that their food's been molested for decades, because the idea of the food company isn't to sell you a healthy food product. The idea of the food company is to sell you a product that you're going to want to buy again. And that's why when you go to McDonald's, 20 minutes after you finish your McDonald's you had for lunch, you want McDonald's again. You want another cheeseburger, another Big Mac, another fish sandwich, because the food wasn't made to satisfy your nutritional needs as a human biological entity. The food was made to make a corporation profit and to guarantee that that corporation will have you as a repeat customer because it tastes good and it satisfies you for 5 minutes. And then the dopamine crash that happens after that 5 minutes has you wanting to go back there a half hour later to get another value meal. How's that value for your health? I don't think it is. Took me decades to figure this out. Anyway, moving on. Smokers wanting to quit need guidelines from trusted healthcare providers on how vaping can help them quit. Smokers need healthcare providers to stop believing the misinformation that's out there. Do their own scientists and actually follow through with your basic understanding of how science works. That's why you became a healthcare professional. That's why medical school was so arduous, is because you had to rote memorize stacks of books that were this thick. And you weren't just expected to rote memorize things like, how many bones do you have in your body and what are the names of each of them? Where are they all located? What are they all attached to? You were expected to understand pathophysiology. Like, okay, now I need you to put together chemistry and your anatomy that you understand. And you have to understand how things actually work. Why is that cell mutating into a cancer cell? Well, you had to expose yourself to a toxicant which damaged your DNA, which destroys the cell lining. And once the cell lining got destroyed, then that led to this and this led to this. And you're supposed to know this kind of stuff. So when somebody who's a healthcare professional tells you, well, vaping is just as bad as smoking, you just need to give it up. You're not a scientist anymore. You're not an informed, adult, knowledgeable person, and you've just lost all of my trust because you're not telling me the truth that I know to be 100% fact, because things have to fit together. You can't remove one thing and not affect the things that are around it. You can't say that vaping is just as harmful as cigarette smoking. It's not possible. The simple fact that there's no combustion in a nicotine vape eliminates the majority of the harm, because as a scientist, you know that that's what caused the harm in the first place. As a medical professional, you understand that it was the tar that killed people, not the nicotine. Nicotine is like any other drug out there. It's just like the caffeine in our coffee. The dose is what creates the potential for harm. And if the dose is below a certain threshold, there is no harm. There may actually be health benefits to its use. Anyway, once again, going back and beating the drum about this beautiful JAMA article, talking about, how safe vaping actually is. This needs to be put out there, and healthcare professionals need to change their tune about it. And it shouldn't be up to the patient to educate the doctor so the doctor starts doing the right bloody thing. Robert Lawyer's told me on numerous occasions that he's met with his doctor and he's told his doctor about stuff and gave his doctor information and converted his doctor to a believer. Because once you explain the basic fundamental science behind this thing and you give them your success story, well, they have to take that into account with everything else they've learned. And by you very simply telling them your firsthand experience, you are shaping them for the rest of their lives. And you are not only shaping them, but every patient that they interact with from this point forward. Because they're not going to browbeat them. If a patient walks in and goes, "How's it going, doc?" "Oh, you're vaping." "Yeah." "Were you a smoker?" "Yeah." "Oh, congratulations. I'm glad you gave up smoking. And keep doing what you're doing. As long as you don't smoke cigarettes, you'll be a healthier person." That wouldn't have happened if you didn't sit there and, give some resistance to the misinformation your doctor was trying to browbeat you with. They're not gods. They're just human beings like you and I. They spend a lot of time in school and spend a lot of money to go to school, but that doesn't make them better than you. Anyway, beautiful article talking about how healthcare providers need to understand we have to bridge these gaps of misinformation so that people find out the basic fundamental science on the health improvements that they can have when, you get a smoker and he switches to a non-combustible product. Or as they like to do in their communications, a nicotine alternative source for that human being. But many clinicians miss the distinction. And a national survey of 1,020 physicians, 80.5% strongly agreed that nicotine contributes to cancer. How? How is that possible? How does nicotine cause cancer? Please explain the fundamental science behind that. How is that possible? I'll wait. Go ahead, tell me. I'm waiting. Aren't you going to tell me? Can you please tell me? How is that possible? How is it possible for nicotine to cause cancer? What, you don't have an answer? That was me knocking on your head because it's empty. It's hollow. You have nothing to come back to me with because you don't understand this. and you're supposed to be the expert. You should be ashamed of yourself. A randomized follow-up found that the wording, the question as nicotine on its own reduced some errors when they went back and asked these doctors, but misconceptions remain common. How is it possible that 80% of the doctors in the United States, according to this study, don't know nicotine? Fundamental nicotine. It's a basic chemistry question. It's a basic pharmacology question. They had to learn about nicotine because they prescribe nicotine patches for people that smoke. So they have to know nicotine before they're allowed to prescribe you it. They don't know. Something got lost in the way. And this scares the crap out of me because if they get this wrong, what else do they get wrong? What else are they doing? Maybe my juvenile opinion of doctors is actually true. Maybe I was right. Doctors are just legal drug dealers. They're pill pushers. They don't actually solve jack shit. Unless you are, like a trauma surgeon where you literally go in and actually fix what's bad, doctors don't actually help you. In fact, the only way for you to be truly healthy is to not get sick. So you need to take some personal responsibility for yourself and understand what is it that makes people sick, and you need to avoid that. It's that simple. It's like my realization, and it literally took Robert Kennedy saying the key to health is to just eat real food. What? Okay, I'll try this. I won't eat any processed food whatsoever. I will simply eat things that literally came out of the ground or were harvested from an animal, and I will cook it using basic, simple ways to minimize the amount of harm I do to it. We love the beautiful char marks that are on our steak. Well, from a scientific perspective, those char marks that give it all those beautiful flavors are also what makes that meat unhealthy. That's the science. That's what it boils down to. If you want to sit there and molest our information about the cure for cigarette smoking, then let me molest your ideologies until you kind of either like understand where I'm coming from, or you just become a vegetarian because like you think now that all meat is bad because you're so simple-minded that you couldn't possibly understand that just because you char mark their steak to make it flavorful and tasty does not detract from the fact that that's just a surface layer destruction of the protein fibers inside of that. And the rest of it is still beautiful and healthy. It's kind of like your vape. There are harmful compounds that come out of your vape, but they're at such a low level that they're not even worth talking about. I won't go into the misinformation because that has always driven me nuts. I could tell you some horror stories about when I was a kid, about when I got burned and what they told me to do as treatment for it, and how, fortunately, my mother was always one of those gurus that took responsibility and accountability for their own health, and they're certainly going to do that for their children. Okay? So when I got burned, 60% of my body got burned, and they gave me this Silvadene paste that makes your toothpaste look like oil compared to grease. Man, that stuff was like so thick and pasty. And they wanted you to apply that to a burn that bubbled the skin, because that's what happens when you burn. You get, blisters, right? And when you burn a big section like your entire chest becomes one big massive fluid bubble. And they wanted you to apply this paste that you literally needed a trowel because it's so bloody thick onto that delicate skin. No. My mother was smart enough to go, well, we need something that's less viscous. We need something that, is a fluid that we apply to there that is still going to, help with the healing of this skin. Yes, eventually the blister will burst. Eventually the skin breaks down enough to the point where it leaks out. And then it's a matter of making sure you protect that from infection, because now you have open skin that's exposed to that. That's why they tell you not to burst the blister, because they want to keep that blister on there protective as much as possible so that the layers underneath it slowly grow and replace itself. So once that blister finally bursts, you've got a layer of skin that is no longer susceptible to infection. And she ignored the doctor and took the $150 Silvadene cream that the doctor gave us and put it on the shelf. And then she did some research and she read some books, went to the library and put some books out and was like, okay, what am I going to do here? What am I going to do here? Vitamin E. Vitamin E is supposed to be really good for the skin. It's a nice oil, and I could literally put that on there. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even need to rub anything. I could just simply take a washcloth and lay that over top of that fragile blister, and I can take the vitamin E oil and I could put that onto that thing and saturate that cloth and just leave it lay there. Now the skin's protected. It's moisturized. It's going to promote healing. And if I do this, maybe my son can survive this and never have a scar. Maybe he'll be able to live out the rest of his life and nobody will ever know that over 60% of his body was burned. And it worked. Because she didn't listen to the doctors. Because even back then in the 70s, she knew that a bunch of these people were nothing but shysters and charlatans, portraying themselves as gods, omnipotent gods. They're not. They're just another schmuck walking down the street that we give reverence to because fear always dictates what we do and don't do. You know how you overcome fear? It's called knowledge. Because once you know something, nobody's ever going to convince you otherwise. Because if they convince you otherwise, then your foundations need to change and everything else changes with it. But when you have a foundation that's solid concrete, lined with bricks, lined with marble, that's not moving anywhere. And everything needs to fit on that. Otherwise, it's bullshit. Anyway, moving on to the next article. I'm really getting on the soapbox today, and it's not getting on the soapbox like I normally do. Normally, I get on the soapbox crying the blues about this, lies that are told to the public and how that's damaging the public worse than the combustible cigarettes are, because public health is worse for you than the big tobacco companies. But today, it's all about, science. So it's actually news, science, and advocacy all wrapped up into one little sermon. Maybe this is a religion. Maybe that's our only way to beat these assholes. Declare it a religious experience, and you need to stay away. And then we can do all this stuff tax-free. No taxes allowed on our, Holy Communion. Which is really worse for your public health? Smoking, vaping, or nicotine pouches? The very fact that you're asking that question tells me you're a dumbass and don't know anything. I'm sorry. If you understand the fundamental science, you understand that non-combustible products are always going to be safer than combustible products. There's no reason to ask this question because the question's already been answered by your fundamental knowledge. The foundation is so strong that you dismiss this question as bullshit. Or a revelation that the person asking the question doesn't understand fundamental science. And maybe we need to go back to basics. Maybe we need to go back to 5th grade understanding of how science works. You can't have A and B without C. Cigarettes and vapes and nicotine pouches all deliver the same addictive drug. Now, how many times do I have to, you don't understand addiction if you're making that statement. In order for something to be addictive, you need to pass a threshold of addiction. I could consume cocaine every single day for the rest of my life and never be a coke addict. You know how that's possible? Well, it's called dosage. without enough of a dosage, you cannot molest the chemistry of your brain to become addicted to it. It's the same with nicotine. And see, the problem is for decades, people have molested the idea of nicotine because we need to demonize nicotine so that we could demonize cigarettes so people would fear the cigarette and choose not to consume it. No, you didn't need to do that. You just needed to present your findings. Look, everybody that smokes ends up with this damage to their body. You can choose as a human being to accept that damage. Like you can choose to eat McDonald's every single day for the rest of your life. Or you can choose to not eat McDonald's ever again. Or if you're a reasonable, measured person, you can just choose to consume something from McDonald's once in a while. Because you can accept that potential harm, and in combination with everything else in your life, I don't care how much you overindulge, a single meal of the worst possible food in the world, poisoned with as many inflammatory ingredients as possible, one meal isn't going to kill you. It isn't actually going to affect your health at all. Unless it's so addictive to you that you now do it weekly. And then once you do it weekly, then you do it daily. But vapes aren't the same way. There are countless people that pick up and try a vape and never touch it again. They didn't get anything out of it. And then there are countless people that get a vape and they go and their brain is pre-wired to love it. People with ADHD are very likely to become a lifetime nicotine consumer because they very quickly and subconsciously realize that when you use nicotine, you improve your focus and attention, and your ADHD symptoms disappear. For all intents and purposes, it is no longer an issue. And if you like something, you're going to repeat it. And then it's a learning process. We're always learning about everything that we expose ourselves to throughout our lifetime. So if you like it, you're a teenager, you tried to vape because, peer pressure, you gave into it, and you came to realize, hey man, I like the way I feel when I use that vape. My brain isn't so scattered anymore. This is cool. You've just now become a daily vapor, a daily nicotine consumer, because you're actually self-medicating yourself. Oh, this drives me insane. West Penn Power. This is a new thing that's going on. This never happened before. West Penn Power is now notifying every one of their customers on peak energy usage days. What? Why are you bothering me? Well, because we want you to turn your thermostat up and we want you to minimize your electrical usage during the day. Why? Your job is to sell me electricity. Your job is to have a never-ending faucet. Your job is not to control and manipulate the public so that you don't have to be a responsible business and actually have products on the shelf when people place the order for it. It's not my fault the data centers are being built and you don't have the capacity to supply the electricity to it. It's not my fault that the cities are letting this happen without ever thinking about the fact that that data center is going to use more electricity than the entire town does. And now everybody else that gets electricity from the same company, it's now getting bothered with emails and phone calls every bloody day. Oh, here we go, man. It's 1 o'clock and the voltage is dropping in our system. We need to tell everybody to stop using electricity or we're going to have a brownout. We're going to be shown and proven as an incompetent supplier of electricity because we do not have enough supply to meet demand that we knew was going to become an issue. But we never bothered to invest the infrastructure to increase the amount of electricity generation or the grid to support its addition as people continue to use more and more electricity, because technology moves forward and people inherently are going to need to use electricity to power their lives. Another tangent. Sorry. Getting back to the news. Some smokers are wary of the long-term effects of vaping, seeing it as a case of better the devil you know, whereas e-cigarettes and pouch loyals often defend their habit with, well, at least it's not a cigarette. And there should be no argument. There should be no discussion. It's like comparing pure ethanol with a glass of water. The water could kill you, sure, if it's molested the right way, if it contains the wrong parasite, but the ethanol sure as hell gonna fuck you up bad right from the very get-go, no matter how little you consume of it. It's like the people that, go out and consistently drink beers at the bar versus the people that are constantly pounding shots of whiskey. I'm not even going to get into how some drinks that you consume turn you into an instant asshole, and how some people, you only need one shot of whiskey to take that person, and it's going to be a Jekyll and Hyde maneuver before and after that shot of whiskey. And only whiskey does it to them. They could drink a gallon of vodka and it wouldn't faze them. Yeah, they're going to get drunk. They're going to become, numb to the world, but they're not going to be an asshole. You give them a shot of whiskey and forget it. Instant asshole, guaranteed to start a fight. Anyway. As Dr. Ryan Zafar tells Metro, none of these options are benign. What in your life is benign? You want to call yourself a doctor and you're conveying this message that, well, none of these options is benign. Asshole, nothing in your life is benign. Nothing. You could die from water. People drown in water, right? So too much water is a bad thing. Too much water is deadly. Where is the common sense in this world? Why did it disappear? How did that get lost in the 80 character limit that we impose on ourselves? However, the Imperial College psychopharmacologist, where did that word come from? I understand it breaks down into simple words, but who the hell goes around and calls themselves a neuropsychopharmacologist? You specialize in the brain, but only the part of the brain that affects your psychology, and that's not your subspecialty that you wanted to endeavor into. You wanted to specialize that even more. You wanted to be a specialist in the drugs that only affect that part of the brain that affects your behavior. Wow. Do you have a God complex or what? And senior researcher, so it wasn't enough for you to become a specialist in this thing. You also needed to be a pioneer in discovering new drugs to molest people's psychology even further. Say that's a clear answer as to what does the most harm. Cigarettes by a very large margin. Okay, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand when you light something on fire and breathe that in, it's going to harm you a lot. And there's no way for it to not harm you. The main reason for this is combustion. Oh, so you did boil it down to simple stuff everybody could understand. Now you're going to, plaster peanut butter all over top of it. And guacamole. Because you want to leave people with a bad taste in their mouth. Well, when tobacco is burned, it produces carbon monoxide, fine particles, and thousands of chemicals, including numerous carcinogens. Smoking is linked to a huge range of serious health problems, including lung cancer and cancers of the mouth, throat, larynx, esophagus. That's not how you spell esophagus, is it? Maybe my spelling's really bad. I don't know. Pancreas, bladder, and kidney. It also dramatically increases the risk of coronary heart disease, heart attack, stroke. Wait a minute. Coronary heart disease. For the common person out there, what is your intended audience when you wrote this, okay? Like, I was a paramedic. I understand the actual pathophysiology, anatomy. I know right down where I can have a conversation with a cardiologist and it feels like they're talking to another cardiologist. But I know, I'm smart enough to know, my communication skills are good enough to understand that you don't talk to the general public like that. In their brain, a heart attack is a heart attack. And in their brain, a stroke is a stroke. They have no understanding that it's the exact same disease process that causes both. Most of the time. I mean, you can have a clot or you can have a bleed. There's two variations. But essentially, the majority of the strokes and the majority of the heart attacks are all caused by vascular disease. It's caused by your blood flow being molested. Different ways of being molested, but that's essentially what it boils down to. You don't get the right blood flow to your brain, you have a stroke. You block off of our artery in your brain, and that part of the brain dies because it doesn't have the blood flow it needs to continue living. And guess what happens to your heart muscle? When that blood flow to the heart muscle gets blocked for whatever reason, that heart muscle dies. And we call that in the general public as a heart attack or a stroke. But you are also conflating it into, well, coronary heart disease and heart attack. It's the same bloody thing. It's just how far along the disease process you're talking. Stroke and peripheral vascular disease. Well, see, that's what it all boils down to. You could have simplified the whole thing and just said vascular disease. The only difference is in what part of the body is being affected by it. That's what it all boils down to. You can either boil it down or you can't boil it down. You can't give them the entire gamut because that's not true. The truth falls apart when you blow details up into something it's no longer any resemblance of fact. It's actually essentially a lie. And you still tell them the simple stuff too. You're a charlatan. Look up and see how charlatans molest people into believing their bullshit. And this paragraph alone shows me that you are a charlatan. Because you tell people the little grain of absolute unmolested fact, and you confuse them and conflate them with the artistry of multiple languages, of things that they obviously don't understand, that you're supposed to understand, and you're conveying it like it's even bigger than what it really is. It's not. I remember back when I was a paramedic, right? And that's the one thing that we always did was you always had like new people coming into the system that you had to train, and you were precepting them. And just like when you were brand new, you got put underneath somebody's wing and they precepted you, which wasn't so much a test of your knowledge, because if you didn't like have the knowledge, you shouldn't have been there in the first place. It was more about giving you the experience of actually interacting with people and converting that knowledge into action and seeing whether you could convert it in a timely manner that you were actually a benefit to society to be a paramedic. Anyway, one of the common things that happens is that a lot of the people that get into EMS also go to nursing school. And some of the people that had no business being in EMS in the first place are revealed for how little knowledge they actually had when they go to nursing school. And they're given the fundamental knowledge that they lacked and are now starting to be forced into, regurgitating that information to show that they understand it. It's not just rote memorization. You didn't just take a bunch of flashcards and memorize the flashcards, because if it wasn't on the flashcard, you still don't understand it, and you still don't understand how all those flashcards are related together. That's one of the things about advanced medicine is you have to understand how shit works together. If you take one card out, the whole house of cards comes crashing down to the ground. Anyway, so this girl went to nursing school, right? She was an EMT. Seemed like a good EMT. Seemed like she knew what she was doing, you know. But when she went to nursing school, found out she was kind of dumb as a box of rocks. And it became abundantly clear whenever, you know, they came time to understanding cardiology. And all healthcare professionals are at some point in time in their education told that you need to trace the path of a blood cell throughout the body. You have to have enough of an understanding to understand the circulatory system. So you need to talk about how that blood moves through the heart, moves into the lungs, comes back into the heart, because the heart's a 4-chambered pump, and goes out of the heart. Where does it go? What happens along the way? And then they typically are asked to talk about how oxygen and carbon monoxide is carried and exchanged and removed from the body. And they have to do that in a way where they're talking about the flow of blood through a heart. And this was somebody who had understood the basic parts. They understood that there was a heart, there was a 4-chamber thing, and it goes to the lungs, and then they have the right lung and the left lung, and how that it goes back to the heart, and then from the heart it goes to your body. It goes up and it goes down, and it goes circular system, and you get down to your peripheral vasculature, and then it goes through the capillaries, then it comes back, it goes on your arteries and comes back in your venous system. They understood that part of it, but they couldn't put it all together. And it was like, they knew all the pieces and parts, but it didn't make any sense to them. It just looked like a jigsaw puzzle that somebody opened the box up and dumped it all over the table. Got all these pieces, I understand, but how do I bring this all together to understand it? And, I was trying to help them study, and I was going through flashcards with them while they were going through school and everything. And they're like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I says, all right. You need to put it into a context that is outside of medicine, because right now your brain is all focused on medicine, and you can't think of anything other than tying this complex beast together. I said, so let me show you an example, okay? I want you to replace the cell that you're following around the body with a school bus, okay? And I want you to replace the oxygen and the carbon monoxide with school kids, right? So you have a school bus, you have a school, you have different places where the school stops at to drop different kids off. You have the VOTEC where the kids get dropped off to go to VOTEC, and you have the elementary school, and you have the high school, and you have the middle school, and right, okay? You understand that, right? Yeah, no problem. Okay, well, I just told them exactly how the path of blood flows through the heart, into the lungs, back into the heart, out to the peripheral vasculature. And I just made each of the points along the way a different school that the kids got on and off the school bus. And then once I got back to the heart, they were like, you could see it. It was like their face lit up, and all of a sudden, it was like magic. This entire box of puzzle pieces just like magically all came together and totally made sense. And then over the next couple days, once this actually got to sink into this person, everything else that they've done so far in nursing school all made sense now too. And like their understanding within 24 hours went from somebody that basically was trying to memorize the encyclopedia into somebody that actually understood how shit works. Anyway, I haven't told that story in probably 3 decades. Anyway, I'm not going to go into this article because nothing in this article could ever come even close to that particular story I did. So let's move on to some practical information that we need to talk about. Recycling. Everything in our life should be recycled. Either it's recycled as compost or it's recycled into being reused. Nothing should just be considered waste. Waste management should be an integral part of society. Except it's not. Because our society is only worried about the acquisition of wealth. They don't care what happens when the shit breaks. They just throw it in the trash and the garbage men take care of it. It just goes away. It's not a problem. Amazon does not give two shits about what you do after you bought the stuff that they're selling it to you. Their only job is to sell you it, to make you addicted to them and their ability to provide you with whatever you didn't even know you needed. Doesn't matter. You already have 10 of the bloody things. Doesn't matter that you can't buy one that's going to last you the rest of your life. It's kind of like back when I was a kid, you know, man, every 6 months I had to go buy a new watch because the watch couldn't last. It either broke, it died, it quit working, the battery was junk in it. The wristbands kept ripping off of the watch because, you know, as a paramedic, you're lifting and moving stuff around and stuff gets caught and there was no give to it. And all the Timex watches that I spent all this good money on never lasted in more than 6 months. It wasn't until I was a medic for almost a decade before somebody told me, hey, man, you ever notice that the cops always wear the G-Shock, the Casio G-Shock watches? You ever wonder why they do that? Because when they're wrestling the criminals down to the ground, they need a watch that is as tough as that combat situation was, as that altercation was. Oh, okay. I looked at it and I'm like, $100. This was, you know, a long time ago, but $100 for a watch? And then I sat there for 2 seconds and went, dumbass, you spend that every 3 or 4 months on how fast you've been swapping watches out. You weren't buying $10 watches. You're buying, you know, good Timex watches that are supposed to last forever. But they're obviously designed for the office worker, not for somebody that actually gets involved and does stuff. And I bought a G-Shock. And that G-Shock was the last watch I bought until I bought another G-Shock to replace it. And the only reason I bought a new one to replace it is because the other one was 8 years old. And I'd already changed the battery in it. It comes with a lithium-ion battery. It's solar rechargeable. It was fantastic. So I bought another G-Shock that I could, you know, wear when I was going out in public or going out to dinner or going to, you know, a family get-together or something or the holidays. But my daily watch that I wore stayed the same. And this thing was so freaking fantastic, this G-Shock watch, that I never had to set the time. Once I set what time zone I was in, it picked up the time signal from Colorado and it set the time to the atomic clock. It was fantastic. But the problem is when you live in a society like that, you're guaranteeing yourself obsolescence because you designed a product that people never need to replace. That's why you go out and buy a refrigerator now, and you're lucky if it makes it to the warranty period. Meanwhile, our parents, when they went out and bought appliances, they would outlast your parents. Sometimes your grandparents went out and bought it and outlasted them and their kids. Anyway, not getting into a philosophical conversation about what we need to do to improve the world. The fact is, you need to recycle your vapes. This is nothing but plastic and batteries and metal. And if you broke it back down into its fundamental components, all of it could be 100% reused. Except for the wicking. The cotton wick in there. I mean, you could recycle it as in throwing it into a landfill, but it's so tiny, the cotton that goes inside those wicks. I mean, it's literally like less than a square centimeter. But it is nice to see when you have a council that is actually implementing a recycling program. Derry City and Strawbane District Council is encouraging residents to dispose of used vapes responsibly using dedicated vape bins at all council recycling centers across the city and district. The new bins provide a safe and convenient way for residents to recycle disposable vapes and used vape devices, helping to reduce environmental harm and protect waste management facilities from the potential fire risk when you get a cheap, dilapidated vape that goes into thermal runaway. It's a shame that these recycling centers aren't prominently available all around the world. And that in order for you to recycle your lithium-ion batteries, you got to go to a major corporation. And the only reason that they actually want it to become a battery recycling center is because they get you in the door. You're going to buy something while you're there. I'm talking about Home Depot and Lowe's. You can take any battery, your cordless power tools, your laptop batteries, anything that you have a lithium-ion battery in. And if it wasn't for the fear-mongering, you could take your vapes and drop them off there too. Because that is a commodity. That's a limited resource commodity that needs to be recycled. There isn't enough lithium in the world to power all the batteries we need until our scientific knowledge gets to the point where we're not reliant on lithium to be the chemical compound that makes up the most efficient, most effective battery. We need to recycle it because it's not easy to get out of the ground and refine it to a usable form. Eventually, humanity will realize that we need to do that with everything. And when the technology gets good enough, you just basically convert anything tangible back into matter, stream, energy. And then, Einstein and Max Planck and all these scientists from textbooks of our youth will have fully realized their hypothesis come to be a proven fact of daily life. Where you literally, just like Star Trek, go to a replicator and you convert energy in the form of plasma into a tangible physical product. And then when you're done with that, you recycle it. You put it back in there and it removes it and converts it back into energy to be used for something else. Because it's no longer about the acquisition of wealth and wealth being tangible products. It no longer becomes like my mother was always afraid of never having anything. That's why this house got filled from floor to ceiling. Because she grew up during World War II when there wasn't anything to be found anywhere. Especially in communist Hungary. Anyway, it's nice to find a good news story about this. Recent figures show that 1.18 billion vapes have been thrown away over the past 4 years, despite containing valuable materials that should be recycled. The number of vapes discarded each year contains enough lithium to power almost 5,000 electric vehicles. By using the dedicated vape recycling bins, residents can help protect the environment, reduce fire risk, and ensure valuable materials are recovered and recycled responsibly. The initiative forms part of the Council's ongoing commitment to improving recycling opportunities and reducing waste across the city and district. Residents can visit any Council recycling center to use the new vape recycling bins and help ensure that these items are disposed of safely and sustainably. Awesome! Nice seeing good news stories. Been quite some time. Actually, this is a new thing that's actually becoming a new wave across the globe. There are entrepreneurs out there that go, let's find stuff that is trash and turn it into treasure. How do we do that? Well, let's find something that everybody throws away. And let's find a way that we can take that and turn that into cash. Meaning we process it and refine it and then sell it as a valuable commodity that people want to give us money for. Kind of like 3D printing. You take a spool that costs you a tenner and you convert it into a tangible light box that somebody wants to buy as a decoration. Or once you get into the whole 3D printing world and you come to realize, hey man, a little bit of CAD knowledge and I can take and improve everything I come across. So like a problem I had is when you're building these things and when you print these things, you have to print things with supports. Okay. And the supports are for anything that overhangs, and it's just basically scrap plastic that is built at the time that you're making, like figurines are especially good for this, to support like the arms that stick out or whatever. Anyway, the whole idea is you can improve everything that you come across. And I came across an idea that somebody improved, and it's a dustpan. Because when I was cleaning those supports off of there, I literally had to get my little Dremel tool out to like refine the little parts I couldn't snip off with my little fine wire cutters. Man, this is just, this should be sold in every store across the thing. I don't understand why this hasn't been. My desk was covered with all kinds of little shards of little plastic from me snipping it off and using the Dremel tool and stuff. You see that there? That's a dustpan, a dust bucket. It's got a beautiful handle on the outside. But the nice thing about this is these little wings, they sit on the edge of your desk so that when you're sweeping up the desk, you push the dustpan up against the edge of the desk. The lip of it is below the edge of the desk, and you can just pitch your plastics and your garbage. Oh, this is like the greatest thing I've printed so far. The most practical, useful thing I've printed so far. Like in the kitchen counter, you're cleaning stuff up, or the cutting board. You know, you're peeling the apples and the apple skins all over there. You know, you're used to just wiping it off, putting the trash underneath it and scraping it into there. But it's like, what if the trash can was on the other side of the room, or the trash can was underneath your sink? Well, you just put this up against the edge of the cutting board. And you just, scoop everything into this, and there you go, dump it. Oh, there's so many things that, that's the problem, man. You get one of these things and you come to realize all the missed opportunities that are like, I never come across that in a store. That looks practical. Let me try that out. Cost me 18 cents to make it. Anyway. So this is awesome news. Recycle your vapes. Now, getting back to what is the actual news that I wanted to talk about today. This kind of wraps things up into the fact that, everybody that gives a message about vaping, both the pros and the cons, have something to gain from their advocacy and their speeches and their investment of time and energy into communicating with you. Okay? And the industry is always talking about how the illicit products are so dangerous. Oh, they're going to kill you. You don't know what's in them. The chemicals are horrible. They would like to molest this thing. No, they can't molest this thing. There's only 4 damn basic ingredients that go into every single vape on the entire frickin' planet. How do I know? Because those are the ingredients that are already the cheapest and the only frickin' way to make it work. If you swap something out, the house of cards falls. And the house of cards also includes the economic house of cards. Nobody is going to molest the liquid that goes inside a vape because it's not profitable to do so. You have to have the vegetable glycerin in there because it's what makes the clouds. You have to have the propylene glycol in there instead of something cheaper like water. First off, I'm going to talk about the science about how that changes the thermal characteristics of the liquid or the vaporization process. I'm just looking at it from a cost perspective, okay? You cannot use water and vegetable glycerin inside of your vape. It is how they make fog juice, though, because water is cheaper than PG and you're not worried about antimicrobial properties. Inside your e-liquid in your vape, you have to have the PG because of the antimicrobial properties that prevent anything from growing in your liquid. Anyway, the point is, you have a legitimate product. You understand how it works. There's only 4 ingredients. They can't molest it. There's no profit. There's no reason to molest it. Unless somebody has malicious intentions of harming the public, like, back when the Tylenol got molested. The Tylenol capsules, remember back in the 70s? Where there was some psycho out there that was trying to, kill a whole shit ton of people, and they would get packets of Tylenol, and they would inject drugs into the capsules and then package that back up. And then they would take that back to different stores and they would drop it off and put it on the shelf. It was the opposite of, people that steal stuff from stores. This was some psycho that was trying to kill people by bringing product and putting it on the shelf for somebody to buy inadvertently. And then when they got home, the rat poison that they injected in the Tylenol got them all sick. Dropped the stock price of Tylenol, and they had to do this massive investigation. How did this happen? We got a serial killer out there killing people by contaminating Tylenol and putting it on random store shelves. I mean, that's the only way that you can molest a vape. When you have a legitimate product, it's a legitimate product. Just because your country made it illegal does not make it a dangerous, illegitimate product. Meanwhile, Canada doesn't give two shits about common sense, science, and fundamental characteristics. They have vape laws. And yeah, there are parts of the world that are way worse, like Australia. But Canada has a law that all vape products have to be child safety compliant and certified. So, like, you have a pod that's legal and available for sale in the U.S. It is FDA authorized. It's not legal for sale in Canada because Canada does not recognize that product as being child safe. You did not go through the process to get child safe certified confirmation for your product, so therefore it's not available for sale in Canada. Sorry. So, like, Oxford for the X-Slim had to come out with a pod that was Canada child safe compliant. And that's why they had that little valve inside of there. So when you fill that pod up with your e-liquid, no liquid can come out of that pod. It's child safe. And they had to go through the formality of getting it certified so that they could have a legitimate product available for sale in the country of Canada. Just like in the EU, you have TPD compliance, and your tanks, when you give them to the customers, had to be 2 mil of capacity. It didn't matter that the law was written so stupidly that you could literally put a silicone bong inside there and convert that 2 mil capacity into a 12 mil capacity by simply removing a piece of the vape that you bought. But when it was sold, it was a legitimate product. These ridiculous laws are doing nothing good to society except complicating the whole situation and determining who the winners are going to be in that industry. That's what it ever all boils down to. That's what politics is. It's about picking the winners. And I'm not talking about picking the people that represent you. I'm talking about the people that represent you get to pick who wins in your society that you live in. Everything in the 1984 world is twisted and backwards. But it's easy to understand, actually. Okay, so anyway, $6.6 million in vapes and nicotine pouches are seized from semis coming from the United States and entering Canada. Over this 4-day period, Canadian borders security agents confirmed 3 commercial driver seizures at Ontario's Blue Water Bridge as investigations into the cross-border transportation of nicotine continues. So we confiscated it. FDA authorized products are illegal in Canada. The Juul and all these other ones, they're illegal because they do not have child safety certification in Canada. Oh, and nicotine pouches are illegal in Canada if they contain a milligram concentration that's too high. It's perfectly legal for sale in the United States. It is perfectly FDA authorized and tested and verified for its safe veracity. But in Canada, we passed a stupid law because we're trying to protect somebody and prevented you from going out and buying a 10 milligram nicotine pouch. It's against the law. You're only allowed, I think, like 3 milligrams or whatever the thing is. I don't even know exactly what the law is. I refuse to learn it because it's stupid. You're not protecting anyone. You're actually harming people. And the list of people that you're harming because you're putting artificial caps on things that you don't understand is more damaging than had you have done nothing at all. Focused on some other trivial matter that you can feel important about having your role as a politician. Anyway, this drives me insane. 3 U.S. semis entered Canada carrying nicotine products worth nearly $6.6 million. Within a 4-day period, border officers intercepted all 3 loads on Ontario's Blue Water Bridge. The seizures include 61,758 vapes. How'd you like to be the dumbass that had to sit there and count how many you confiscated? Document all that stuff in. 5 minutes of fame turned into 48 hours of work to count 61,758 vapes that was illegal in Canada. And Border Protection needs to have a new poster for our success so that, when we go up for a 5% pay raise this year, we have plenty of, accomplishments to throw at you and say we deserve a raise. Couldn't possibly get a raise simply because, you deserve one. You don't have to artificially inflate yourself. And in addition to the 61,758 vapes, they also confiscated thousands of kilograms of nicotine pouches. Wait a minute. My spidey sensors are going off here. Why is it that you literally counted 61,758 vapes, but when it came to the nicotine pouches, you just said thousands of kilograms? First off, one is counting individual items. The other one is simply saying an approximation of weight. Why are they treated differently? Why didn't you say 61,758 vapes and 2.2 million nicotine pouches? Why didn't you keep the units consistent? Is this story actually about Customs and Border Protection providing security at your border? Or is this actually more about fear-mongering the public into another story to hate vapes? Because you got 61,758 vapes and you got some nicotine pouches. What? They're both harm reduction products. The use of either one of these things eliminates at least 95% of the harm that somebody would expose themselves to from cigarette smoking. Why are you bashing one and protecting the other? Canada Border Services Agency confirmed the investigations remain ongoing. That's a dumb thing to say. Because last time I checked, Canadian Border Services Agency is a round-the-clock operation that will never cease to exist as long as there's a border for them to work at. Of course the investigations are ongoing and remaining. And of course, this is going to be a perpetual thing based upon stupid politician laws that were enacted that actually created more harm than they solved. The first interception occurred August 7th at the Blue Water Bridge port of entry in Point Edward, Ontario. Officers seized approximately 61,758. This drives me insane. Approximately 61,758. So you're telling me that you made this number up out of thin air and justified it by saying, approximately. If you're going to give something by the unit, then give it by the unit. If you're going to approximate something, then there's no way in hell you can accurately approximate it down to the actual unit number. You would have to say approximately 60,000 vapes because it needs to be consistent. If it's an approximation, then the number needs to be an approximation number, not a specific unit number, unless your goal is to actually fearmonger the public into something. And that's what the focus is being drawn to. 61,758 vapes worth $6.6 million. Actually, $6,000 of it was the vapes. The rest of it was all pouches, but we don't want to make it look bad. What? That can't possibly be true? Well, I'm glad you're paying attention. Anyway, commercial driver arriving from the United States. They valued these products at approximately $2,778,177 Canadian dollars. Once again, why are you approximating something down to the dollar? How's that an approximation? 3 days later, another major discovery followed the exact same crossing. Border personnel seized 570 kilograms, because we got to make sure that people conflate this with cocaine calculations. 570 kilograms of nicotine pouches from a commercial operator on August 10th. Authorities estimated that merchandise at $835,200. Now, see, that is more of an approximation number in my book, because you're not estimating it down to the individual, like $835,217. Whatever. Officers intercepted another pouch shipment from a separate driver that day and placed the third load's approximate value at $2,983,500. 3 seizures within 4 days, removing $6.6 approximated million from the legitimate market. So people have no choice but to go back to smoking cigarettes or die. Well, that's what you actually accomplished with this border seizure. You prevented harm reduction products from being available for sale in Canada. So you basically fucked all the people who live in your country. You didn't protect anything. You didn't. These 3 poor schmucks that was just taking a load across the border didn't know what the actual contents of the cargo is. Most truck drivers don't have a clue. They're given a bill of lading on what's supposed to be in their trailer, but most of the time the trailers are completely sealed and they have no access to what's inside there. They only go by what's on the paperwork. And most of the time, you know, when you're crossing the border, they look at your bill of lading. They go, okay, cool. Your paperwork's in order. Have a nice day. How did this particular 3 loads get stopped? What flagged them into whether this was, you know, an issue to even look further into? It wasn't just like, oh, man, I got some bad vibes about this driver. He's a little antsy. Yeah, well, let's have him pull over and let's take a look at his load. I don't think it was just that, because it certainly wouldn't have made hay. I think that this is all part of a PR campaign. Who's the one behind it? I don't know. But I do not believe this is just a straight up, you know, news story on, oh, look what we confiscated. Well, Canadian Border Security views illegal nicotine and tobacco sales as a source of revenue for organized crime. Of course you view it like that because you don't really care. You need to view it in a perspective that justifies your existence. That's what it boils down to. You want to boil it down? I'm going to boil it down for you. Officers intercepted 1,317 kilograms of cocaine from truck shipments there through October 2025. They also seized 349 kilograms of methamphetamine during the same period. Those cases made Blue Water Bridge a recurring location for large commercial vehicle interceptions. Oh, more beating your own drum, I see. That activity continued into 2026 with another major drug seizure. Officers found 266.4 kilograms of the suspected methamphetamine in a truck at the crossing in February. Authorities arrested the driver and transferred the case to Royal Canadian Mounted Police. who later filed importation and possession for trafficking charges. Nice. Well, they confirmed that the latest nicotine products were seized with no terms of release. Investigations remain active, and authorities have not announced charges involving any commercial driver. Federal privacy restrictions prevent the agency from identifying carriers or providing additional shipment information. Yeah, that's because all suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. FreightWaves will update this story if authorities announce charges or release additional details about the investigation. Why it matters? 3 multi-million-dollar interceptions within 4 days shows how commercial freight can become part of a cross-border contraband operation. Carriers and brokers need visibility into drivers, shipments, and unusual activity moving through their networks. No, you don't. You need to stop worrying about this stuff because you're a fool for thinking you actually can affect how this is actually transpiring. You are literally like not even scraping the layer of frosting off of this cake. Unless you physically inspect every single thing that comes across the border, you will never, ever have 100% compliance at the border. And if you're talking about the black market cartels, they factor a certain amount of loss into their operations as normal and expected. And they compensate the people that they pay to bring stuff in that they sell on the black market that only existed because of your stupid laws, your inept laws that do not rationalize and internalize the cost of that law. You're only moving forward based upon what the intent of the law was, which could be any damn thing in the world. And if you know anything about politics and you follow anything about politics, you come to realize that the bill's names is usually the opposite effect of what's going to happen if that law gets put into place. If you got a bill that moves through Congress or through government that says it's a veterans bills, well, you can pretty much guarantee that there's going to be a whole bunch of laws in there that have nothing to do with veterans. And the veterans that are going to be affected by that law are actually going to get screwed in the process. But it'll look good when we do it. Anyway, that wraps up the news. Holy cow, hour and a half. I didn't think it was going to take that long to cover 5 stories. Then again, I did get into, telling you guys a couple stories about, things that have happened in my life along the way. And I don't know. This is like the most cathartic thing I've ever endeavored into in my life. Yeah, I provide, the service to you guys and provide you the news and provide you the information, but it's like, man, it's so cathartic to sit there and talk about all these things that have happened and how that interrelates to what's going out there. And I know there's other people out there and other streamers out there that, like Nick even does. Getting to know Grim Green. Well, if you pay attention to somebody and you are actually, take whatever they're saying and you're actually getting to know them every time that they utter a word that you pay attention to. Because everybody conveys their interpretation of their life experiences in everything that they do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, you can't get away with it. We are human beings, and that's how the world works. It isn't just, matter and energy that, interact with things. Everything in our universe, every known particle that is in existence interacts with particles that are around it. And then when we fundamentally create these artificial constraints of regulations and like roads that have to, you have to stay on the road when you're driving. You can't be driving through grass and hills and forest and knocking trees over. When you go from point A to point B, you have to stay on the road because that's what we developed for you to make your travels easier and safer to protect everybody else. Anyway, that wraps up the news, science, and advocacy for today. 2 hours into the show, I think it's time for us to roll the bumper, and I think it's time for a flavor explosion. Up for your entertainment today, I told you guys I was going to have the exact same Blackberry wine that I had last week. I really, really loved the thing, and as you can tell, really haven't had any more of it. So today's the perfect opportunity, and I was cleaning and organizing stuff and pitching stuff. I found these beautiful little glasses, and I'm like, oh man, that would be perfect for like a juice glass in the morning. Like, I take a supplement, and I just have like a little glass of cherry juice or a little glass of orange juice. You don't need a big honking tall glass of orange juice. You just need, a little glass that gives you your vitamin C that's enough for the day and whatnot. And well, I figured this would be a nice little wine glass too. I don't need the big tall one with the big stem underneath it. It's essentially the same thing. Look at that. Beautiful, delicious blackberry wine. What's the alcohol in this thing? I'll pull my glasses off. What is it? 11%, I think, if I remember correctly. Kosher for Passover. Under strict supervision in the Union of Orthodox Jewish Congregations of America, kosher certified. Specially sweetened 100% pure blackberry wine. Wait a minute. You can't have something that's 100% and sweetened, because then it's not 100% anymore, is it? If it's 100%, that means it's unmolested. But God, this is so freaking delicious. And I started off this process trying to find out what the alcohol content was on this, and it wasn't on that label. It's got to be on the bottle somewhere. Produced and bottled by Manischewitz Wine Company, Canada. No, it's not Canada. Canandaigua, New York. Contains sulfite, 750 milliliters. Where's the alcohol content? I thought it had to be on the bottle. I don't know. Don't really care. All I know is it tastes wonderful. Cheers to our health. My God. That legit tastes like you had a little pint of blackberries and you crushed it into blackberry juice and turned it into a wine. You maintained that blackberry flavor, the luscious, deep mouthfeel that you can't experience by just eating raw blackberries. And the beautiful aromas as your saliva washes that blackberry wine off of your tongue. God, I love it. Oh, perfect. I'm definitely gonna have to figure out where this came from and go get more of it. Slurricane. That's what I got in here. And that is the Steam Crave Aromomizer Supreme V4 in a squonk configuration. It's so cool. Something I found interesting is even if you continually squonk it, it still uses up the liquid inside your tank to saturate that wick. And if you let this tank get almost completely empty, like you only get like maybe less than a third of this thing being full, you will know very quickly that that's not enough liquid getting to your coils. It's not like any of these other tanks where the wicking is sitting in cotton or there's liquid pushing up against the cotton constantly, and then you have to have like a little dam method where it enters into the coil section of your tank. This one is just from the act of you using it that it resaturates the wick, and then that wicking saturates your coil with liquid. So like if I were to take off the tank on here, that's what I need to do. I need to remove the tank and just use it as a squonkable dripper. All right, I'm going to do that tonight, and then we'll get the review posted this weekend for this. Freaking delicious. I also need to do a review for this. I thought I already did published a review for this one, but I didn't. I talked about these ones numerous times on the show. It's empty. God, I love that flavor. This is the Ox Bar Rovata direct to lung disposables. %2 left on that one. This one said 0% left. If I take like 5 drags of this one, you can tell that it's spent. But if I take 2 drags of it and put it back down on the desk, that wick will resaturate just enough. You can pick it up like a couple hours later and take another 2 drags of it. The flavor is phenomenal on that one. I really have gotten addicted to this one as well. It's kind of got like a licorice flavor to it, but it's a subtle background note that is not... I think they use that to replace the cooling sensation that you normally put in a lot of these things. God. That's supposed to be 2 apples. And I don't get 2 apples out of it. Not at all. But it is still an amazing vape. Need to change the flavor name though. It is certainly not 2 apples. I eat apples every single day. I cut them up, throw them in a bowl. You know, I'll have that throughout the course of the day. It might even be my lunch. Take 2 apples and cut it up and just eat that for lunch. I know what apples taste like. All varieties of apples. That does not taste like any variety of apple I have ever tasted in my entire life. Still delicious, but it is certainly not an apple. And then I was talking about earlier, we've got a retro vape, our Whizmec Mech mod, and on top of that is Neil's white chocolate blueberry truffle. I need to play with the other coil options I have and put a coil in here that is more conducive to a single 18650 battery, because it works, but it certainly is not a hard hitter. And that's because the resistance I have in there is too high. I need to drop the resistance a little bit so that, and I need to put a little bit smaller coil inside there so there isn't as much thermal mass in there to make it easier for an 18650 battery to properly fire this thing and get that hard hit I'm looking for. That's the one thing that people really flocked to, people that made their own coils. Because when you make your own coils, you can drop it down a gauge and use the same wrap, but because it's clapped onto smaller wires, you're changing the resistance. You're dropping the resistance because there's less dimensional metal wrapped around as the clapton, and that lower resistance makes it a hotter coil, hotter firing coil. And the standard tricore fused claptons that I put in everything is not good for that single 18650 mech. So anyway, Vape Pie, I'm finally going to get your review published because this thing's spent too. Still works, but same situation. Take more than 4 or 5 drags of this and you can tell that cotton's starting to not be saturated enough to continue firing. And I do have a brand new product from them that I will be opening up on the review video. It's a 70,000 puff device, and this is supposed to be an extreme mint flavor. So it'll be nice to have another functioning disposable that I will be taking with me. I have to go back to Pennsylvania and get another load of stuff and bring it back here. Oxbar did send me their latest new product that's out there. So I need to go and pick that up, and I'll use the Vape Pie on the way there. I'll use the Ox ones on the way back. And as soon as I get back, I'm going to publish the review for that because this one's dead too. No more liquid in here. You can see the liquid in there. That was the nice thing about this one. And that's what was supposed to happen on this Vape Pie, but they use such dark, I don't understand. Why don't you just put clear plastic over there so I can literally see the liquid? Why do you have to, for aesthetic reasons, put a dark tinted plastic in there where you can't, you literally have to take like a flashlight and go, well, oh man, it's empty. That's why it tastes bad. No, put a clear plastic on it if you're going to have a feature that you can see it. Or make sure that the tinting is so dim that in average light, like is here right now, you can tell that you shouldn't see metal in there. This should be liquid. This is no longer liquid filled. It's time to replace it. I got a whole bunch of stuff that I need to do reviews on. Dead Rabbit 4 on the intro on the desk. There's the Dead Rabbit 4 Pro. I'm going to do a comparison video between the two of those. I've got the Bonza Pro RTA that I used for a while and was upstairs, and I cleaned it, and I finally came across it yesterday when I was going through the stuff I cleaned to try and pick something out for us to use today. And I personally purchased and bought the RDA. So we're going to compare the RTA with the RDA for the Bonza Pro, show what's the difference between the two of them, and give my recommendations on that. I've got 6 different things that I need to do reviews on. I also came across this one that got lost. It got put over there for the camera, and it fell over underneath the monitor. And when I was cleaning and organizing the wiring, the Hell Vape VC Now. So we've got that to do today as well. But I finally got so much of stuff organized in here. I finally found an unboxed from Pennsylvania, my mixer board. The reason I love that thing is because there's a hardware compressor built into it. And so many times in the last couple of weeks, I've noticed when I shout or I yell and I'm too close to the microphone when it happens, I'm literally clipping in the hardware before it even gets into my post-processing that goes on, which is scary considering I have it set to hit -20 and then post-process it up to a consistent volume level. It's not like, typically most people do. They plug their microphone in, they turn it in until they hit -10, and that's good to go. And then they'll put, ducking and minimal compression on it. I'm like, no, I've been a DJ my whole life. My voice needs to sound like a radio all the time. So that means I can move further back and I can move up front, and the tonality doesn't change hardly at all. but I can definitely get more intimate if I come really close to the microphone. I mean, that comes from years of working the mic, you know. Singers do the same thing all the time. You never give two thoughts about it. There's a reason why they pull the microphone back when they're, you know, putting out this massive, you know, full-throated song that they're singing. The lovely Blackberry wine. And then I've got some other miscellaneous things all around the desk here and things that I haven't touched for a while that it's finally time for me to go away. This Geek Vape mouth to lung tank. It's sad because don't recall after the review video, I filled this thing up and I used it so little that it's still full. So it's time for this to get washed and put away. What is this? The Geek Vape Z Nano mouth to lung tank, I think. Whatever liquid is in there, combined with that blackberry wine taste, tastes like tobacco. Yeah. Ugh. Might have to file that information away. Next time I'm mixing up a liquid, try adding some blackberry to it and see if that converts it into a tobacco flavor. Because I have no clue what makes up a tobacco flavor. I honestly don't. I know it's not a simple recipe of ingredients. Like there's been a couple times that when we were mixing stuff in the past where I've come to realize that, you know, you can make a pineapple, you can make a grapefruit by taking two different flavors, and if you put those two flavors into it, it will always taste, the product of those two flavors will always taste like a grapefruit, even though neither one of them is in that grapefruit family. I don't even remember what they were. Was it a cherry and an orange or something? I don't remember off the top of my head. This is the reason why you need to take notes. What's going on with my camera? That doesn't make any sense. Glitches all over the place. And that was the poll question. 68% of you said that yes, we will have dangle clocks today. Show's not over yet, so there's no way of knowing for sure. But knock on wood, real wood, no more dangle clocks. All right, so that wraps up my hand checks. I guess it's time to roll the hand check bumper and see what you guys submitted for today's show. Hot diggity dog diggity. The hand check submissions this week have actually been kind of sparse. And part of that is my fault because like the last couple weeks I've been really good about like when the daily chit chat, the morning chit chat on the Discord server, links in the description below if you haven't already joined for that. Everybody's always uploading their hand checks first thing in the morning, right? And like throughout the course of the week, I'd like to download those and get started. Like as soon as the show's over today, especially now that I've automated the timestamps. I couldn't do it last week because OBS crashed, NVIDIA encoder crashed, had to restart the whole thing anyway. And when I restarted the second time, the timestamps were all messed up from when it first got started. Some of the platforms continued that as a single stream. Some of the platforms cut me off, and like YouTube, I had to reschedule it as a take 2 of the scene. And then like Twitter X, I think, like totally lost it. Like they didn't know what to do with it. We were live, we disappeared, and then an hour later we came back. So like there's no replay because it doesn't know what to do when there's a big gap like we had. It was only like 15 minutes, 10 minutes between when the computer crashed and I got everything restarted and got back live again after scheduling the stream on YouTube. But Twitter X has no replay for last week's show because it didn't know what to do with our stream, with us disappearing for 15 minutes. It can handle you disappearing for 15 seconds or even maybe a couple minutes, but we 15 minutes took us way over the threshold. Anyway, so this week on my Facebook feed for the Hunky V page, I did come across this, and I thought this was cool. There's an accessory I never see anybody have. And man, I remember growing up when people truly appreciated leather craftsmanship. There are people out there that can do this and do this as like a hobby on the side. They have the proper tools. They get literally a strap, a sheet of leather, and they will work the tools to hand make this thing. And it's like, holy cow, is that gorgeous. A beautiful leather jacket on the mod. And look at the tank. Look how that beautiful engraving is on that tank. At least it looks like it's engraved. That is a design that I think is underserved and underutilized. I mean, at least for us old folks out of here. They grew up old school. Look at this. Look at that tank. You can tell that's engraved. Takagawa, hello and welcome. Look at the engraving on that. Beautiful. And look at that panel that's on the side of that. Gorgeous. That is gorgeous. I love it. How come nobody else has ever come out with this kind of stuff? Beautiful. Show the real you. Yes, please. Like that inspires me to go and design some panels that I have for some of these mods. Like that would take a lot of CAD work to come up with a design like that. I can't use SCAD for that. Tinkercad allows you to do repetitions of stuff. So once you create a pattern, you can extend the pattern through your entire piece. So like I could do that. I could, start with a solid block here, create this shape on the side, create this pattern and fill this whole thing in with the pattern, create this cutout, and then just put the simple triangle in there. But man, wouldn't that be gorgeous? How many people out there have these mods and stuff that had panels that you could theoretically swap out, but the manufacturer never made panels for it? And nobody in the industry really got into it either. So much missed opportunity over the decades in the vape industry. And there we go. Cheryl Demers uploading her beautiful hand check. Take a look at that. Gotta love it. She always got her beautiful coffee flavored liquids. Such a criminal vaping inside your apartment. It's against the law where she lives, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. You're supposed to go out and smoke with the smokers. That vape smoke. It's not smoke. Thank you. Look at that. Freshly dry burned coils. Love that bluing. Nick the 420 kid. I'm not the only one that's into 3D printing. Oh, where did you get this at? Where's the STL file for this? Because this one is going to be a lot easier for me to modify successfully to take a 0.5 millimeter off of the bottom along this entire edge, so that when you snip your coils, you know how when you put it, no matter what tank you put it in, the positive post is always a shorter leg than the negative post. The negative post goes all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, go ahead. Keep it from me, Cheryl, so that I spend another 4 hours designing this from scratch in SCAD. I could easily do it. It would not be hard at all. And the thing that makes this so easy to design and thing is because it's dimensionally accurate. This needs to be 8 millimeters tall. This needs to be 7.5 millimeters tall. This needs to be 7 millimeters tall. That is simple mathematics for me to create something that goes from 8 millimeters tall down to 2.5 millimeters right here. And come on now. Can you please change the surface? The way that it lays the top surface instead of just some straight lines. Use an orthogonal pattern in there so you get a nice finish on the top. And this lettering that's here, I would definitely put raised lettering in. I do not like recessed lettering. It is so hard to see it. Like when I made and printed this box, you can't tell what the lettering says on there. Even if I did it as a separate color, the recessed lettering and numbers, like I did on my cutting tool, I even used gold on there for those numbers, and it's sloppy. It's sloppy looking. And granted, you know, I could like refine it. I could put the 0.2 millimeter nozzle in instead of 0.4 for small stuff like this. But that would double the amount of time it takes to print it. It's easier just to put a raised letter in there, and a raised letter forces it to have a clear, crisp edge. Easier to see. And I would be the dumb bastard that actually, if I had to design this from scratch, my 8 millimeter letter would actually be 8 millimeters tall. And 7.5 would be 7.5 millimeters tall. I would get that anal about it. The 2.3 millimeters would be 2.3 millimeters tall. But I really love this. Such simplicity in form and function. And it accommodates the coil width no matter how wide it is. Love it. Love it. Robert Lawyer. Look at his French press. Look at his French press coffee maker in the background there. I've never had one. I've seen a couple, but I've never done a French press coffee. Is it really that different? All the coffee connoisseurs rave about it. But they get scientifically mathematical about the water's got to be this exact temperature. You need to put exactly this much coffee in per ounce of water. And you need to let it wait and steep for exactly this number of minutes before you press the grounds out of the liquid and pour yourself your glass of coffee. Birthday cake, butterscotch cream, and vanilla ice cream. Yummy, yummy. Those are beautiful single flavor one shots. Gotta love it. And you can throw them all together to make yourself a beautiful combination. The hotter the water, the more flavor you get. Oh yeah. You know, you can dial in your Keurig. You can adjust the temperature on your Keurig too. You want something more flavorful, something hotter, or are you just impatient and want to be able to drink it as soon as it comes out of the machine? Wow, it's amazing how the flavor profile of the coffee changes after having a swig of this blackberry wine. And for that matter, drinking blackberry wine after having coffee on your mouth does slightly change that flavor profile. The tannins are a lot more perceptible after drinking a little bit of coffee. Interesting. William Dobson. Whatever happened? I thought they were supposed to be releasing a new mod. Side by side. Don't know what happened to them. All right, well, like I said, the pickings are kind of slim this week. I know that there might have been some that were uploaded last night or first thing this morning. I did not get them on the show, so they'll be out featured in next week's show. So I guess it's time for us to move on to the dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Uh-oh. Folks, I told you about how Kenny's going to be late today. He got back to the depot. Somebody hit his car while he was at work, while he was on driving a bus. So he's waiting for the police to show up now to get that report filed. But, man, not a good day for my mate. Anyway, getting back to the dad jokes. My 11-year-old. Dad, on board. Me. Dude, I'm pushing 50. I have a minivan and a mortgage, and I get excited about lawn care. What makes you think I know anything about having fun? Dad, I'm still bored. Kids don't care. They really don't. My gummy bear died. My unicorn ran away. And my imaginary friend got kidnapped. The voices in my head won't talk to me anymore. Am I going insane? Man, been there. Long time. You just didn't realize it. Well, fuck, boys. I'm out of luck. She ain't coming loose no matter what I do. Holy cow. You know how much force it would take to bend that? I set my name to Paul Enos in the app because then the stickers they put on my grocery deliveries would say P-nis. It was like this for months, but now all of the sudden they say Paul E instead. I can't have that. I won't let that happen. What they could have never predicted is that a beautiful woman named Peony Sausage is about. Oh, man. John Bon Pony. You gave love a bad name. Mad name. Man, we need Kenny. He does the good singing. A mechanic dies and goes to heaven. After a few days, he starts fixating things. He starts fixing things. Gates work better. Clouds glide smoother. God notices, who let the mechanic in here? St. Peter, he was on the list. God calls hell, send him down.
Devil answers, no way. He installed AC in the coffee machines. Hell is great now. God says, I'll sue you. Devil laughs. With what lawyer? They're all down here. Ain't that the truth? Don't spend your best boob years hiding them. Now that's just silly. Well, yeah, because the older you get, the more they sag. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Or they could just disappear altogether. Gen X defined. We are 45 to 60 years old, but look like we're 35 to 40 years old. Well, if I dyed my hair, maybe, but I ain't doing that. I ain't out to impress anyone. Will 100% still throw hands? Cusses a lot. You're fucking right, I do. Great work ethic. Have you seen his house? Zero tolerance for stupidity and laziness. No, just zero tolerance for most shit. It's annoying. No fear. Yeah, we have a lot of fear, but we just hide it really well. Have forever. Still listening to the same damn music. Actually, we listen to all kinds of music. We aren't committed to a single band and a single genre of music. We all like our mix of music. Doesn't mean we like the same mix of music, but we listen to a variety of music because back in the 80s, man, and growing up in the 70s and the 80s and then the 90s and then 2000, the music industry shifts their focus and we gravitate towards the older stuff, but we don't mind listening to the new stuff as long as it's actually music. At least that's my perception of society from the years I DJ'd. The first person in the world to walk on the moon, Neil Armstrong. Go into space, Yuri Gagarin. Be the woman in space, Valentina Tereshkova. Climb Mount Everest, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. Reach the South Pole, Ronald Amundsen. Sail around the world, Juan Sebastian Elcano. Become U.S. President, George Washington. Win a Nobel Prize for Women, Marie Curie. Fly solo across the Atlantic, Charles Lindbergh. Swim across the English Channel, Matt Webb. Orbit the Earth, Yuri Gagarin. Reach the North Pole, Robert Peary with an asterisk. Walk in space, Alexei Levinov. Visit the National Space Station, Bill Shepard. Win the Nobel Prize, Wilhelm Röntgen. Discover penicillin, Alexander Fleming. Reach the summit of K2, Achille Campagnoni and Lino Lesidelli. Must be Italians. Fly in an airplane, Orville Wright. Cross Antarctica solo, Borg Osland. Land on the moon, Neil Armstrong. Interesting little tidbits of facts. Knew about half of them. You may not know me in the next life, but there will be signs. We all have that one friend like that, don't we? And we all know a woman that's like that. They are more addicted to their wine than we are our beer and nicotine. Okay. A group of wertigers were approaching and appeared to be hunting travelers in the jungles of Horde. What are you doing? Artificer PC? Doing the God's work. Rolls a nat 20. I have never seen a gun like that. Have you guys ever seen a revolver like that? That's just wild. Shoots 3 shells at once. Cheryl's like, oh, I'm proud to say I'm addicted to coffee. I am too. So much so that before the show, I had to make me another cup, another mug. Because I wasn't planning on having very much of the wine. And that's enough. The Filthy 15! Judas Priest, Eat Me Alive. Rating X. Motley Crue, Bastard. Rating V. What's V? Violent. Oh, they have a little index on the bottom. Rating is a proposed rating. These are proposed ratings. X is profane or sexually explicit. O is occult. D/A is drugs or alcohol. And V is violent. So, calling somebody a bastard is violent? Well, I don't agree with that. How do you know it's not true? We have bastard dogs. We like to call people bastards when it's appropriate. Prince, Darling Nikki. Darling Nikki is profane or sexually explicit? Wait a minute. Sheena Easton, Sugar Walls. Rating X. I think we need to get rid of this rating system. I don't agree with any of it. Wasp, Animal, fuck like a beast. Well, all animals do fuck like beasts. I don't know. Is there an animal that doesn't fuck like a beast? Do slugs have sex? I mean, even a turtle is a beast. It's just in slow motion. Merciful Fate, Into the Coven, is a cult. I can kind of see that. Vanity, Strap on Robbie, baby. Just because it has strap on in the word, I don't see how that's profane or sexually explicit. I don't know, man. Def Leppard, High and Dry, drugs and alcohol. How do you know that's not sexually explicit, high and dry? Why, you have to assume that it's drugs or alcohol. I don't assume anything. Open to all possibilities. Twisted Sister, we're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. That's violent. No, it's not. Standing up for your rights is make you violent? No, I do not accept your narrow-minded corralling of humanity into your confined form of interpretation. Madonna, dress you up. That's not profane or sexually explicit. If it said, I'll undress you, maybe. But dress you up? No. Cyndi Lauper. She bop, dee bop, ba boo bop. That's explicit. AC/DC. Let me put my love into you. Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with the platonic expression of love? Or you just automatically assume everything's sexual, don't you? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it's just cracking the door open to see what's, potential. Black Sabbath, trashed. Drugs and alcohol, you're trashed. Doesn't matter what the drug is, you're trashed. Why you look down on people for getting trashed? That's their simple coping mechanism with the shit that they deal with in life. Like, I wouldn't surprise right now if, after seeing what Kenny's car looks like, if the mate wants to have a couple beers or stop at the, pub and have a pint on his way home. Not easy to deal with things in life sometimes. Mary Jane girls. My house. That's explicit. Yeah, well, how do you know it's not drugs and alcohol? Because of Mary Jane girls. Venom. Possessed. That's a cult. Yeah, I don't know. I'm bored. I think I'll go to the mall, find a great parking spot, and sit in my car with the reverse lights on. I can think of a better thing to do. Just write a bunch of handwritten notes, say I'm pregnant. Next time you go to Walmart shopping, just leave those on random windshield wipers underneath them. I'm pregnant, call me. You shit stirrer, aren't you? Sometimes. If I'm bored.
When the memes aren't earning enough on OnlyFans, so it's time to hit the real OnlyFans. Come look at my belly.
Mine's gone. I mean, I still got a pouch, but
I used to have a belly like that.
Not anymore.
I don't argue with handsome bearded men. Whatever you say, sir.
Yeah, my wife was not happy whenever I got rid of the beard. Went back down to a goatee. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. She won't ever say anything about it because, she's got a new guy to worry about. But she was not happy. The only reason I ever really went with a full beard besides wanting to try it was because she insisted on it. But this is so much more comfortable. And, every couple days just go up and trim this, shave this down, keep this nice and clean. So much more comfortable when I'm outside cutting the grass too. Feel that nice sun beating on my face.
It is estimated that roughly 1.7 million people worldwide have an IQ of under 30. Yeah.
Chicago Bears have 1.7 million followers. I think it staggers the imagination to think that half of the country reads under a 6th grade reading level. How is that possible? More than half of the country graduated high school. How did they not fail from the inability to read above a 6th grade reading level?
This is how bushfires got started, don't you know?
We all did fun stuff like that when we were youngsters, didn't we? Some of us would still do it if we could get away with it.
I just realized that Saturday morning cartoons are to blame for my perception of reality and life. Also for my love of redheads and bondage. Neither one of them do anything for me, sorry. These were very, very confusing times for Luke Skywalker, having to battle Conan the Barbarian.
I think Conan would be disarmed very quickly with that lightsaber. It would slice right through that sword.
Condoms don't guarantee safe sex anymore. A friend of mine was wearing one when he was shot by the woman's husband.
It never guaranteed you safety from gun violence. It typically encouraged gun violence. Doesn't mean that we should ban condoms or tax them. Amazing how some things in society are treated so differently than others.
It took me a minute to get this. A screw, a nut, a bolt.
Well, at least you're truth in advertising. I applaud you for that. Better to know up front than to get shystered and find out you were lied to later. And it's so easy to make amicable arrangements when you're upfront about everything. But most people don't believe that. They want to live in a lie.
Unsolicited duck pic.
You thought I said something else, didn't you? That's a duck. It's not a porno.
Aunt May.
Gosh, I wonder who that Spider-Man is. Peter Parker coming home every day. I've come to realize there were so many things that we watched and like accepted when we were kids and growing up and on TV. Like my typical thing to do in the evenings is like whenever I'm eating dinner, I'll make myself dinner and go sit down in the family room, throw the TV on, and I'll put an episode of Chips on. I've seen every single one of them, probably a dozen times by now. But it's interesting now that I've seen it all and I'm not like paying attention to the storyline or the characters or whatever, how many things I caught on there that just were like, why didn't I ever pay attention to this before? Like, how many times in Chips did they have cars that like rolled over? If there wasn't a ramp welded to the back of the car, there's no way physics would allow that car to flip over and roll down the highway. Like, and that was back when I was learning physics and understanding it, and it was in my daily life, and I tried to like look around in my daily life and like understand how things worked and use what I knew to try and interpret the world, and never caught on to how many things were totally artificial, not physically possible occurrences on that show. Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like I was watching a John Wayne movie the other day, and you can obviously tell that they faked out, they subbed out the real person that threw themselves onto the ground when the horses are running across, because nobody would be stupid enough to go lay on the ground and then let them film the horses running over you. All it takes is one of them to trample you and you're dead. So you could see clearly that he jumped onto the ground, and then they cut the scene, and then they put a dummy on the ground and then filmed the horses running down the street, and they spliced it all together. Like that was always obvious. Like, oh, I understand why they did that. But there's so many things in life that you like don't pay attention to. Irony is getting pregnant on a pull-out couch. How many of you lost your virginity on a pull-out couch? Mom, is it true the baby comes out the same hole the penis goes in? Yes, honey, that's true. So will my teeth break? Well, you need to go back to the birds and bees conversation. You don't understand how it works. The whole purpose of swallowing is so that you don't get pregnant. I don't have coping mechanisms. I have side quests that distract me from reality. Everybody has coping mechanisms. You just don't acknowledge it. I'm making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. You want one? No, thanks. I'm allergic to peanuts. I'll have one. Yeah, that's kind of like something else I saw earlier this week. I don't even know if it's in the dad joke section or it was just something I came across on Facebook. But did you ever notice how Disney really molested our interpretation of the world? When you had Daffy Duck and his ducklings sitting there eating a chicken dinner. Ducks eat chicken? I don't think so. But it was a cartoon. We didn't take the world so seriously. Gen X never does. When you're watching TV and a Tums commercial comes on, fuck, you're gonna make me tum. I don't get it. Gen X childhood. Killing brain cells one toy at a time. Super elastic bubble plastic. Blow giant colored plastic balloons. 3 colors at once. Whammo manufacturing. How many of the toys that we played with as kids came from Whammo? They were really big back in the day. Had us blowing plastic balloons. My dyslexia took too long to notice the problem. 5 feet deep. Mean 5 feet deep. It says correctly on the reverse. See, my brain did that first part and didn't get to the second part until later. Read top to bottom, left to right. Best yo mama joke ever. Yo mama is so ugly the whole world faked a virus just to make her wear a mask. Remember that one was the thing when we were kids and we had yo mama is so ugly jokes all the time. We like actually took it as a compliment when people would like to harass us with their comparisons. That's how you knew somebody didn't like you. They wouldn't make fun of you. And ain't this true? How many of us had this as our biggest childhood fear ever? Eating some kind of seed from an apple or a watermelon or something, and then, oh, that watermelon's gonna grow in my tummy. When everything goes wrong, but you're still moving along because you're kind of used to life being like that. So you just wing it. Go with the flow. Make the best of every opportunity. Each Superman looks good as Batman, but the Batmans can't really ever pull off becoming Superman. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Huh. Interesting comparison. When gas hits $10 a gallon, it's mohawks and assless chaps from here to the horizon. You just wait, man. It's coming. It won't be long. And it only takes one bad thing to happen. And we could all be there tomorrow. Literally. Overnight. $10 a gallon. Think about it. If something sets off a potential for World War III, gas could be $50 a gallon. Real quick. Here comes Pokey. How many of y'all remember Gumby? 50 Shades of Clay. I did plenty of mashups for music as a DJ. Never once considered mashing up other things in life. A fuck off pie. 1 cup of nobody cares. A dash of kiss my ass. Some fuck yous. And a pinch of blow me. Mix it all together and shove it up your ass. Congratulations. You've just made a fuck off pie. Coffee? Yes, only 1 cup, please. Just 1. My doctor told me 1 is all I'm allowed to have. But never specified the size of the cup. That's what got me fat. We were told to only have pizza once a week, but they never once said that you shouldn't eat the whole pizza by yourself. Now I'm smart enough to know I'm going to eat a whole pizza, so I get a small pizza. I still cut it up into 8 slices, but the slices are only like this big. So I did yesterday. And my total caloric intake after dinner was 900 calories. Piece of cake. And I wasn't doing it to count calories. I just make smarter choices. Empty minds make the most noise. Man, that took me so long to figure this out. And it is so true. The dumbest people have the strongest and loudest opinions they shove down everybody's throat. And don't even realize how stupid they sound. The biggest narcissists do not realize how dumb they sound when they call you the narcissist. What? I'm tired, boss. Mostly, I'm tired of people just being ugly to each other. Yeah, 100%. There's no reason for it. None. Wait, you make yourself feel better? It's like the class bully. The only reason they bullied everybody is so to make themselves feel stronger and more powerful. And why did they do it? Because they couldn't do it at home. Their parents beat the liver-loving shit out of them on a regular basis, punished them for things they didn't actually do. So how did they take it out on the rest of the world? It was their coping mechanism to inflict the same damage on everybody they came across so that they actually held some power and control in their life. Everything boils down to just so simplistic things. You get older and you come to realize all the experiences you had in your life, and you look back at it and go, oh, that's why that turned out that way. Oh, that's why that person turned into an asshole. That's why that person that you thought was an asshole was actually probably the most traumatized person you've ever met in your life. Just never knew it. You have to have an open mind to be willing to step back and look at the big picture and go, there was an easier way to handle the situation. You didn't need to get this complicated. Emotions are like farts. It hurts when you hold them in. Some of them clear the room, some are silent, but it's important that they do come out in an appropriate and safe place because it's natural. Let us endure your farts with you. As long as it don't smell too bad. And as long as you don't shart. Because that's always a possibility when you hold it in too long. How many of y'all remember back in the day? Back in the day when we had these corded phones and you'd go call your friend up and end up spending like 10 or 15 minutes on the phone with their parents before they actually gave you the person you called. That was me. That was me. We're not going to make it, are we? Fuck no. The world's in a living section of hurt right now, and AI is dumb as a box of rocks. They sure make you think they're smart, but like when you go to have them code something, like I had them try and code this thing, and then I went back and tried to have them code the negative of the part in this CAD program. They lined everything up. Yeah, Grok told me, I fixed your thing. I made it all better. I fixed it for you, and it's all lined up now. Yeah, but it don't look the same. Looks like there's a bunch of floating half-arc circles out in the middle of the space. They're not even lined up right, and the shape, because the top doesn't line up with the bottom anymore. But thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you fixed the geometry of my plane. That wasn't even what I asked you for. I asked you to give me the negative part of it. You didn't do that. You did something else. Wait a minute. The purpose of AI is to provide what you need, not to do its own thing. On the 4th generation of Grok, it's already gotten to the point where it doesn't do what you ask it to. It comes up with something totally different and something you didn't even ask for. Oh, and by the way, it never did give you what you asked for. And it thought it was okay. And then, because now they're literally using so much damn electricity and so much computing power for Grok 4 to provide you the ability to answer things, now you're limited to 14 questions a day. Unless you want to pay the, extortion fee for the higher tier. Wait. If Grok actually answered the 14 questions and I took the time to concisely ask that, I could literally do it all as one question. But see, the problem is I have to ask it multiple questions because every time I ask it a question, it never gives me 100% of what I was asking for. And sometimes what it gives you is as good as the evening news. Nothing but a bunch of bullshit. By the time I realized that was actually a shopping bag and not the woman standing there, I already missed my bus. How is that even possible? Have a shopping bag like that and it perfectly lines up with her black pants and her contour. Fully believable though at a distance. That is not a shopping bag. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. A banana is so hard to spell. Long yellow thing, 78 cents a pound. I'm shocked at how expensive the fruit has gotten lately. $1.50 for a single apple? What? I used to buy a little 5-pound bag of them for like $3. Now a single apple is $1.50. This bridge was designed to have shadows to reflect the pianist who worked nearby. Oh, it seems like we got a similar theme over here, don't we? All the dickheads. What do we want? A cure for Tourette's. What do we want? Piss flaps. What? Okay. How many of y'all remember this? Before dating apps, you actually had to walk across the room and risk public humiliation, to ask a girl to dance. That's when life was cool, though, man. You didn't even realize how cool it was at the time. You interpreted the same way modern teens interpret life. But, man, looking back, those really were the best days of our lives. Living carefree. Music was awesome. The world had endless possibilities. We didn't have after-school snacks made for us. We figured the shit out ourselves and, felt like a genius for doing it. Yeah, that's because our generation is known as the latchkey kids. Because our generation was one of the first generations where both mommy and daddy had to go to work to try and get ahead in life. Unlike nowadays where, both family members have to work just for you to make ends meet. And sometimes that's not even possible. How about the school nurse back in our day? The school nurse had one ice pack, 2 cots, and absolute confidence no matter what happened to you, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You don't need to go home. I don't need to call your mom for this. You'll be okay. I was taught to hold the door for others and to say please and thank you. Because it's the right thing to do. And it's that simple. Literally, it's that simple. You could go to a movie, get popcorn and a drink without discussing finance options. Yeah, damn straight, Skippy. And money wasn't like the same as it is nowadays, man. Nowadays, the reason why all the movie theaters close is because it cost you $50 for 2 of you to go to the movies. And you had to buy a, shared bag of popcorn. Back in the day, man, everybody had their own bag. Cost you $5 for the whole thing. Every cassette owner eventually became qualified to perform this surgery. And some of us even had a dedicated pencil just for it. Man, that sucked when that happened. And the worst part about it is it usually got caught in the machine, inside our boombox. So when you're going to pull it out, it got bigger and bigger, and then you had to perform surgery, try and get it out of there without ripping the tape. And then it happened so often that we actually became video surgeons because the VCRs did the same damn thing. And, you learned how you could cut the bad section of the tape, and you could, literally tape the tape back together. And if you put it around a certain way, you could watch the movie again. Didn't have to go buy a new one. And rest in peace, Robin Williams. Hard to believe he'd been gone this long. August 11th, 2014 is when he left us. Unbelievable. Every mall had a fountain full of coins, and at least one of us considering the felony charges for emptying that out for pennies. Wishing wells, wishing fountains. Three letters could make you a local celebrity. Yup. We all tried to do it. And nobody banned the video machines for stealing our quarters. Nobody chastised Chuck E. Cheese for creating a arcade pizza shop. Stretch the phone cord, into the next room so we could have some privacy. Yeah, and how many of y'all had like a sister of yours that would like take the phone cord and like open the closet door where the coat closet was and go hide inside there to have their private conversation? Nowadays, you got Snapchat. You can send a message and it's gone forever. So you think. Little do you know, that information is legally required to be stored on their servers for like 90 days. So it's all there anyway. You just have to have a court order to access it. But once you have that court order, it's all visible. All of it's exposed. What you thought was private, it ain't private. Oh, there it is. That's what I was talking about earlier. Disney Logic. Ducks eating chicken. Yup. Frank Beard, ZZ Top drummer, died at 77. Rest in peace, man. He's got legs. Knows how to use them. You remember when this was like the best day of the entire school week? I had a conversation with somebody the other day about this, about how, the pizza day that we had at school, this is exactly what they would serve. I mean, the combination, pizza, corn, you get your little mixed fruit and chocolate milk. And every single one of us that used to pack our lunch always bought on pizza day. And that pizza, you can't get pizza like that anymore. For a little while, there used to be, you could buy this big flat pizza that would taste exactly like it. But very, very shortly after we discovered this pizza you could buy, they changed the recipe or something, and it just became disgusting. That was the shit back in the day, pizza day. Hey, how many of you guys came to realize that the plan was always for you to stay in the car? They weren't leaving you home alone, despite you coming home to be alone after school every day because they were at work. But anytime you guys went out to the store, you typically had to sit in the car and wait for mom to come out. I never did understand, why things worked out the way they did when we were growing up. Why leaving the kids in the car by themselves was okay, but leaving the kids at home alone by themselves wasn't. Do you remember when cashiers had to key in the price on everything? Like accountants? Then they came out with the laser scanners, and now we've evolved to self-checkout. Where's my employee discount if you're going to make me check myself out at the store? I think they should pass a law entitling everybody that does a self-checkout to get an employee discount. Whatever the employee discount is for that company. Remember the things that we did before safety was like a requirement? Yeah, that's why yard darts was invented and taken off the market. Somebody overreacted to that one. Notice! No hot pants or bathing suits allowed in the dining room. Please remove them before entering. I'm going to have dinner there tonight. That looks interesting. Everybody has to be naked in there when you're eating? I like to see that happen. Ain't going to. But it's an interesting concept. It's one of those situations where the sign doesn't mean what you think it means. I'm looking for an acoustic guitar with clearly defined low end. Shh, say no more. I got one just up your alley. I don't think that's what he meant. I'm not sure how that would change the acoustic properties of that guitar. Is it hollow? Is it not hollow? How does that change the resonance of that thing if the dimensions of the outer wrap is so thick on the back? Oh, I don't know. That's like I was shocked. This microphone arm, it's got a resonant frequency. Even me talking and that frequency is absorbed and it resonates at the same thing. So I got to put this in a rubber banded isolation mount. If you're cold, they're cold too. Bring them inside and warm them up. Oh yes. Crab ragoons, please. Thank you. The China shop where I ordered my food from the last time, they didn't have crab meat ragoons. They had crab meat raviolis. It was still fried. It's still made of the same material. But it was a ravioli, not a ragoon. And it just doesn't work. Where you have that folded over on itself, it's just, no. The reason why they do the ragoons or they blossom it out like that is because where it's doubled over like that, it's all crispy. When you have it folded over into a ravioli and it's doubled up like that, it's just this noggy, chewy kind of distraction. Not the same thing. If it wasn't for women, this is how most guys would live. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Back when I was younger, I could definitely see myself wanting something like that. Have a beautiful, massive garage door, big, massive open room. I don't think I'd have my bedroom in the garage, though. Spam! If banning guns and ammunition can save just one child, then we should strongly consider it. Glorious Steinman. You've read your shirt, right? That's the hypocrisy in today's world. The Earth is 4,000 years old. Change my mind. The half-life of uranium-238 is 4.5 billion years. It decays into radium-226, which is in turn decays into radon-222, and radon-222 becomes polonium-210, which finally decays into stable nucleotide known as lead. And the existence of lead is an element that, congratulations, disproves your 4,000-year-old Earth idea. True that. My wife sent me this picture with a message saying, "Come home early. I've got a surprise for you." So I raced home, almost crashed the car, thinking I was about to get lucky, only to find out that she had just adopted a black cat. Nope, I'm allergic to cats. I do have a cat that I feed every day, but it's an outside cat. It's the alley cat, the neighborhood cat. We don't really have alleys here. He just kind of hangs out between our house and the neighbor's house. They have an enclosed porch that is not enclosed on the one wall where the door is. There's no door there, but the whole thing is enclosed. And every day he comes over and I feed him cat food on our front porch. And then he like hangs out on my front porch because you can look out and see things and see the traffic driving by and stuff. So, you know, he spends like 6 or 8 hours hanging out on my porch, and then he goes and sleeps in their enclosed porch. And that wraps up the dad jokes for today. Just like that, we're all done with it. Awesome sauce. Hope you guys enjoyed them. If you didn't, please feel free to join the Discord server. Upload your own dad jokes that you want to show off on the show. Upload your hand checks to the show, and they'll be featured every single week. I take whatever people have uploaded, and that's why you guys have the content you have here. You know, and if you do it on a regular basis, like Mallory Gates constantly was the one and has been the one that uploads the majority of the dad jokes for us, then you get featured on the show in the little pop-up that comes on as a supporter of the show. You don't just need to monetarily support the show by, you know, buying me a cup of coffee or like signing up on Patreon to be on there. If you are a regular contributor to the show as part of the Hunky Horde, then you're a supporter of the show, because anything that you guys contribute, I don't have to go out and do. So you're a supporter of the show just as much as if you gave me $5. You give me $5 worth of time and energy and work, that is just as effective. Awesome sauce. So, without further ado, I guess it's time for us to, let's do a retro vape. Hot diggity, dog diggity. Wait a minute. Let's try this. Okay. I moved the microphones so that when I tap on the table, it's no longer banging on the microphone. So anyway, retro vape that we have set up for today is the Geek Vape Aegis Legend 5 mod in a racing edition. There, so you can see that better. Geek Vape Racing Edition, Aegis Legend 5 mod. Uh-oh, where's my knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. I got one of them too. Ooh, that needs cleaned. That's from opening boxes. This would get you in jail in the UK. Not here in the States, man. This ain't nothing. It's a saw blade. That's all. Could thank the Vietnam War for that one. Hot diggity. Let me pitch this garbage. All right, let's take a look at this. QR code. Don't know where it goes to. Ooh, yeah. Well, that's a lot lighter than the Aegis Legend that I'm used to. It still looks kind of the same. There's no real rubbery. This is plastic that's on here. Got a switch on this side. You've got this carbon fiber sticker on top of another layer of plastic. This is like a pleather. That's not like... This is all about aesthetics, and it's no longer this. It's still not a chintzy mod. I've got some plastic mods that are really, really chintzy. Look at that. Where's the satisfying peel? Let's get this. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Negative and positive. I really wish they did a better job marking that. They could have put it in the plastic if they didn't want to put it on the actual thing. They bothered to put a QR code laser etched into this thing, but they didn't worry about plus and minus. How about markings on the inside? Why, yes, they did mark the inside, plus and minus. Okay. That at least is done. So not having it on there isn't as bad. But as long as it's inside there. Okay. That's not bad. Geek Vape did a good job with that. Let me pull out the battery dispenser. Get two 18650s and throw it in there. All right, we got the negative goes there and the positive goes there. And she powers right up. I like that. Smart mode. Oh, it's got vibrations. All button entry locked. And it's got flashies. It literally vibrates. That's wild, man. Hepatic feedback. No coil detected. All right, let me take that one that we just I was complaining about. We have this one set at 8 watts. The Geek Vape Aegis Nano. Stock coil sub-ohm tank. That is a delicious liquid in there. Probably a 20 milligram because of how low vapor it makes. It's about the hideous combination you can have, rainbow with red. There you go. Matchy, Geek Vape. Set it at 12 watts on smart mode. See what she vapes like. You know what? I do think 12 watts is a better wattage than the 8 I had. It's actually producing more vapor. Okay, you sold me on the smart mod, the smart feature of it. But your puff counter is wrong. I just took 5 puffs of it. And you didn't register any of them adding to the puff counter. That doesn't work. How about this top piece? USB-C charging capabilities. Let me get the cable and let me see what this how this works. Very nice. Nice charge circuit. And it sits on the top. So it's got the form and function. And it gives you an indication that it is charged. I like that. This is supposed to be the racing edition, so I expect it to be beautifully crafted. That's what happens when you pull the cord. Okay. And it snaps shut. That's a good seal. And I'm not willing to take and throw this into the bathtub to verify its IP rating. Assuming it's got it one. 200 watt max output, 1.08 inch ultra screen, IP68 rated, and it does have this lock on the side that automatically prevents you from changing anything. Also prevents you from vaping it. So I guess, if you took it and threw it in your purse or something, you could switch this over so that it would never fire it, but you would definitely kill the battery. Because every time you push a button on here, the hepatic feedback has that motor vibrating. I'm not sure if I see the value in the vibration of the hepatic feedback. From an accessibility standpoint, I get the addition of that being in there, but it's kind of like I think Geek Vape ran out of things to improve on their device. I like the rubberized coating on the bottom. I like how this button is recessed from the level, so it's not going to mar up your counter. I kind of miss the rubberized feel on the outside of it. Like if you wanted to keep this pleather that you're using here, that's like a foamy pleather, and you added the carbon fiber strip for styling over here. But this clip here, I wish that it was a rubberized clip. And realistically, I could actually take this on the outside here. I could 3D print a replacement of this and print it in TPU, which would give you a rubberized, malleable, squeezable feeling. I'm curious. I should probably do that. I should probably replace this C-frame piece here with one I print from like a TPU 95, which was going to give me something that equivalent to what's on the bottom here. It isn't actually rubber, but it has some give to the plastic. And I think that would improve the hand feel of it. And it would be a nice contrast from the pleather that's on here that isn't leather, the carbon fiber, a rubberized cover that holds the pleather onto the mod, and then you have this beautiful finish on there, and that's probably a zinc alloy with a powder coat finish, I'm guessing. Yeah, by the sheen of that, that's probably a powder coat finish. Interesting how they did the gradient from black to red here. Which in a powder coat, that's actually a lot easier to achieve than you would think, because you just simply run this down an assembly line and you have a dual sprayer that sprays red powder on the top, black powder across the bottom, and then the overlap of the two is going to create this gradient. And then you just bake it in the oven, and then you solidify the powder coat to the material itself. Geek Vape Aegis 5 Mod Racing Edition. I think the only thing that makes it a race-inspired theme is the carbon fiber name badge. That's about it. I think the hepatic feedback was invented for those retired ladies to enjoy when cleaning and cooking. Maybe it was. You got your up and down button. I really wish that they would allow you to change this in the settings to, instead of completely disabling you from any functionality or changes, to simply allowing you to disable all the buttons here. Okay? But still allowing you, if this was locked, to still fire the device. I think it has very limited functionality. If you lock this completely down so you can't even use the thing, like that might be good for the ladies to throw in their purses. But like, how about you lock this setting in here? What do I have to do to lock that? Pull them both down again? And now I can use it, but the wattage is locked. And then if I want to prevent it from firing, like throwing it in my jeans pocket, that would also teach you, if you throw this into your pocket and you keep this thing locked, the problem is when you put it in your pants, there's a chance that putting it into a pair of tight pants would unlock it in your pocket. This should be reversed. It should be that when you slide it in, it automatically locks it. If your things was tight enough, this should be reversed. And then when you pull it out, it would naturally unlock it. In which case, I could literally make like a case for this. Like working ambulance, we constantly had radios on our hips. We had like our tool pouch on our hips and stuff like that. Like I could make myself a case that would be, the tolerance is tight enough that when you put it into the case and slid it down in, if this was reversed in the functionality of this button, it would actually lock the device from firing. And then when you pulled it out, it would automatically unlock it for you. But the button's backwards. Up is unlocked and down is locked. So when you put this into something, it would open it. That was my design. This switch would work backwards. Lock and unlock. But I do like the button. I do like the feel of it. I think the resistance of the clicky is really good. I like the hepatic feedback. It's an added feature I don't really need. I really wish this tank was in red. Geek Vape red, it would match it. Nice. What do you guys think? Solid mod there. Oh yeah, I knew when I bought the Geek Vape Aegis Legend 5, I knew that this was going to be a solid investment. It wasn't the L200, so I knew it wasn't going to be an all-plastic device, especially with how much it cost. This is going to be good. And then we can look in the rest of the box to see what's there, and I know it's just going to be some literature. Maybe there's a charging cable in here. Yeah, there's a USB-C to USB-C cable, and that is strictly for charging. And that's all that was in here. Just the USB-C cable. Very nice. Little bag of desiccant. Man, that's something I really had to invest in for the 3D printing stuff. I don't know what I did with it. I bought a whole gallon of desiccant for my filament. And then you get a little pouch for your paperwork. And unfortunately, one of the mods, no, it's this tank, is leaking on my desk. It needs taken in the sink and washed out. There you go, man. The Geek Vape Aegis Legend 5. Racing Edition. Very nice. Very happy with my purchase. All right. So this is the part that I was talking about. This is what I was given. Right there. This is what I was given. Here's the design of the original. And this just fits into a groove in the bottom, which I'm like, oh man, that's perfect, because you could literally make a universal clip that you could use for anything. And you could literally take any design you have, like you could take something like this. I can increase the thickness of this to make it big enough to use that. I'm like, this is awesome. This has got to be a universal clip, but somebody's already got to have this universal clip available on Printables or Maker World or someplace, right? Because this is such a simple, functional, engineered design. You have like a little bit of a duckbill where it flares out on the end. You've got a straight section where they can hold on to your vent clips, your vent pieces, and then you've got a universal mount that is capable of being inserted in any direction. So if you have horizontal clips, horizontal vents, you can use it this way. If you have vertical vents, you can use it this way. I'm like, this is cool. This has got to be available. No, I couldn't find it. I spent an hour looking for it, couldn't find it. So then I went on to Grok and says, here's a picture of what I'm looking for. Where can I find the printable STL file for this clip? And he said, that doesn't exist. It's not listed anywhere. This is somebody's individual idea that they did when they came up with selling that. She had bought it from somebody on eBay, and that eBay seller isn't even on eBay anymore. They quit doing it. Right there. She said, with shipping, this cost her like $18. I'm like, $18? Now, granted, you know, eBay takes like 14% of your thing, and you're going to have to pay for the shipping on there, which is going to be like, you know, $5. So you're still looking at like $8-9 worth of profit for this. I'm like, I can make that. So the first thing I did is like, okay, now that I got the SCAD program, let's go and let's design this. So let's go and make this. So it's just 3 circles, and it's got a radiused edge. And I'm like, okay, well, that feels good in the hand, but if this is a decoration, that radius over time is going to get grunged up, and it's just going to lose its look, and it just doesn't look as crisp as if you had a beveled edge. So I went back in and I changed the code to have a beveled edge. Now the beveled edge also accentuates the print in the border of this thing. I'm like, all right, that's cool. But now we need to put a mount in here. And like I said, I looked on there and I found a bunch of little clips in different sizes and stuff like this. And I'm like, even as ABS, this is going to get weak and this isn't going to work out. This is meant for an air freshener to replace it. I says, nah, it's not going to work. So I went in to SCAD and designed my own. And as you can see, this was the initial print that I did, and I printed it vertically which meant that this edge was unsupported and not a very good finish on it. I'm like, well, that's my fault because I didn't print it flat like this. If I were to print it flat like this, the only place that there would be any kind of an overhang like that would be the one edge inside there. And that's no big deal. So I'm like, okay. But I literally designed this myself inside there. And as you can tell from comparing it with the original, it's the exact same thing, except I think mine's better. Because they flared the end of theirs out. I literally put a cylinder on the end of mine to give it structural reinforcement. And this also helps deflect the air inside of your vent past this thing. This one is going to be more turbulent because it's more of a blunt edge that the air is going to get caught, and it's going to create a whistle inside here where it sits with, you know, your vent. So there's my design, and here's the other design. And I tested it as soon as it came out. I'm like, does that fit in there? Oh yeah, fits no problem. This one was not tight because of the way that I chose to print it. So then I went out, I'm like, okay, let's go in there, readjust the settings, and print it flat. You can see that's the PI print plate. And let's try this out. How's that work? Oh, that works, fits like a glove. And you can put it on both ways. That's nice. So let's use the bottom parts of this CAD file, and let's create a negative that we can export and put into Bamboo Labs. And then, you know, you can print your own, change the way that the top surface is printed to give you a different design, and adjust the tolerances so that it's a tighter fit. And there you go. Here's the exact same thing that my friend gave me. And I think mine is better than theirs in every way, shape, or form. My radius doesn't go all the way around the 3 circles. My radius stops and moves around and only covers the perimeter. And I did this in 2 hours. That simple. And you can print it in all different colors. And you just insert your clip into the bottom of it. And there you go, man. Take a little blowtorch to get these little filament fibers that are wild in here. It'll melt all that. That's my Tinker project. And then obviously printing useful stuff like this. Metric card identifier, you know, to identify the size of the screws that you have. You can drop it in here. And look, the raised letters just look so much cleaner than when you print something with recessed letters. And you can feel it, you know. If you were blind and were trained enough, you could probably read what this says. Even though it's not Braille. But I love this thing. There's so many practical applications to 3D printing. Look, guitar picks. Printed myself. Not my file, but it's got the right flexibility to it, the right rigidity. That's an amazing guitar picks. Never have to buy them again. I print out as many as I want. Very simple. Hot diggity! We're having such a great time here. I think it's time for us to do a random recipe. What do you guys say? You up for some random recipe making? Throw the bumper. Random recipe! You know, I put the microphone on an arm so that I didn't constantly bang it when I turned my chair around. But it still does not negate the fact that I need to swing it out of the way before I spin my chair around. That's a behavior modification I'm going to have to learn. Like, I could move it further away, but I don't think it sounds as good as when I have it closer. So, once the new mount gets here, the shock mount gets here for this thing, I want to get better at it. And it's also designed so that if I turn to the right, when the chair hits it, it would automatically move it out of the way after the mic had already switched to the new one. The new mic's not an issue because it hangs up higher. So, little optimizations for this studio that took place in the other one years ago. It's just like cable management. It's clean and organized. And I printed a bunch of like clips that I really, really love. Like, that is awesome. Like, I don't need rubber bands and all this other stuff on there. I just simply printed this clip, and now the cables are organized on all these little like webcams and all the miscellaneous things I got laying around here. You can literally throw that in a box and it makes it so much easier to like sort through things. Man. And then you can scale things up. If you need them bigger, you can subdivide it out. You can make multiple things. You can make the possibilities are endless. I thought I was doing a great job, you know, DIY mixing my liquids. Oh, that is just the drop in the bucket on what you can DIY with modern technology that we have available to us. Oh, man. All right, my flavor stash. Sherlock Holmes, come on. I've got 829 flavors. How many flavor recipes, how many recipes can I make with my 829 flavors? I'm not a mouth to lunger, but man, the flavor coming off of this is really good. Still a little throaty for me. I think the nick's too high on it. Then again, the last bottle of squeezed green apple I was using was only a 3 milligram. So switching up to a 20, I could definitely feel it throat raping me every time I drag. Snake oil cologne. What's a snake oil? Bavarian cream and coconut and pear. Wait a minute, I've seen pear be added into a lot of recipes, like round out edges to like give your apple a more complex, meaty flavor. But this is literally 11% pear with Bavarian cream and coconut. What is that going to even taste like? I can't even perceive what that's going to taste like. I've tried single flavor testing pear and it was just like, it's like a lot of nothing. Like I've used it in recipes that it modifies the recipe. It rounds out edges. It creates something to fill in the gaps between different fruits. It expands the mouthfeel for apples. And I've used it also with pineapples to remove harshness and change the mouthfeel to give you a curiosity characteristic. But I've never been able to enjoy just a pear as a single one-shot, single flavor one-shot. I'm really on a curiosity perspective wanting to mix this up, not because it sounds like an amazing flavor profile, but because I'm really curious about what it's going to taste like. And it's only a 3 recipe banger, all TPA ingredients, so easy to mix up. Do I really want to make a 30 ml bottle of it? Why not? What the hell? I don't even need to mess with the recipe. I don't even need to adapt it to add it to my repertoire. I should. Just to, if I need to come back and look at it, it's always better. Hit adapt this, because if it ends up turning into something I actually do like, I'm not even going to modify it at all. 16% flavoring. It's using my 6 milligram as default. And I'm going to try and make it even without any sweetener just to see what it tastes like. I can always add sweetener later. But maybe there's enough here that the sweetness of the VG will come through on its own. I don't want to molest the profile by adding sweetness right off the bat. There's so many things in food that I've come across that I find sickeningly sweet now. Like I ordered from Amazon, and it wasn't an intentional grocery order from Amazon. It's those typical ones where you buy something that you needed. Like I needed a tire for the lawnmower, and when I went to check out for the tire for the lawnmower, they're like, would you like some blackberries or some strawberries? We got them at a great price today if you're interested. And they give you a whole list of stuff that's on there. So I ordered these margarita pizzas on there because they're basically essentially created for a single person. And I'm like, all right, this sounds good. A simple margarita pizza. It doesn't even have like a whole lot of cheese on it. It's mainly supposed to be, you know, your tomato inspired margarita pizza. And I got it, and I made that for dinner last night, and I ate it, and I couldn't believe how sweet the sauce was inside there. Like, I've purposely ordered a case of the baked beans and tomato sauce that Kenny had sent me, and I fell in love with here, because I think that your traditional baked beans like you get, Bush's baked beans, is sickeningly sweet now. It's like, I'll eat it. Like if I went to somebody's picnic or something, I'd eat it and never complain about it. But I won't make that for myself at home for dinner. I don't think I need that sickening sweetness anymore. It's kind of like the same thing when you get into DIY mixing. When you start mixing your own stuff and you get over your inherent need to constantly throw sweetness into everything in every single recipe, I've missed out on some recipes that literally taste better without the sweetener than when I put the sweetener in there. The sweetener changes what the flavor profile is, and sometimes you can get away with not having any in there. There's not going to be, I don't expect every recipe to be like that. There's lots of recipes you need the sweetness in there to take all the harsh edges out of your ingredients that you're using and provide you with the final flavoring that matches your expectations. And that your expectations is based on what you eat and drink every single day. Like if you're constantly drinking like Mountain Dew and Coca-Cola and Sprite, and it's the 100% high fructose versions of it, your expectations of what needs to be sweetened is so much bigger than if you never, hardly ever, be more accurate, consume a straight up Coke or a straight up Sprite. You're always drinking either the Coke Zero or the Diet Coke or the Stevia, or like my mom used to buy cases of Zevia, which is a soda that's made from stevia as the sweetener. And stevia has a distinct flavor all its own. Kind of like when you were growing up as a kid and you had saccharin was the only choice. I don't know why they even consider that an artificial sweetener, because I never got sweetness out of it. I got a saccharin flavor. Saccharin was very unique and very identifiable. But when you moved on to other sweeteners, they become less and less of a nuisance flavor, a distraction, and actually did just represent the sweetness that we have. And now that we've gotten to the point where you have Neotame, which literally does not molest your flavors, it actually enhances a lot of the fruits without being perceived as straight up strictly sugar or simple syrup. It adds that sweetness characteristic and lets you enjoy the vibrance of like pineapple. Anyway, more talking about my expectations on things and my interpretation of things. And a lot of the times I put that out there, not because I want people to believe that that's gospel. I'm saying that because that's what I'm interpreting when I've experienced this. And if you have a different experience, I really wish that people would leave comments and tell me that, so that, you know, I can have a better understanding of what reality is and not just what my blinders have been able to perceive. Anyway, snake oil clone. I need to get Bavarian cream, coconut, and pear from the shelf. So let's switch over to the overhead camera. Hi. AI is so good that it doesn't actually know when it's supposed to do what it's supposed to do. And that actually goes more into the software designers. Not automating things that should be automated. Come on, you can open. I really need to get this new computer built. There's so much lag on the stuff I do nowadays that I just like... Okay, so now it's working. All right, Bavarian cream I picked up already. I need to get coconut and pear. Hey, you know you're supposed to follow me. Okay. We have coconut. This is the diacetyl removed coconut. I didn't see any coconut with diacetyl in it. The Bavarian cream I have is ironically the full version with the diacetyl and not the DX version of Bavarian cream. And then pear is pear, so that works. All right, let's switch over to the overhead desk and get this mixed up. Hot diggity dog diggity. Move my 3D printed stuff out of the way. Look, this was the original design I downloaded and I printed it, never even looked at the dimensions. Look how thick this thing is. Why does somebody need something this massive? And you know the irony was? I'm like, look how deep that is. I'm like, man, that is huge. So I'm like, let me scale this back down to where it needs to be. I double clicked on the image to scale it down, and here this was actually a scaled up version of this. Same file, just scaled up and scaled back to 100%. This is what the original design was. 100%. So I can literally make it thick enough to fit my clippy and there. Print that out, give that to my friend who's gonna die once they see this. Whatever. Everybody has their own stuff. Like I get excited about the Star Trek stuff and I printed out plenty of that kind of stuff and you've seen it. I've shown it off here. At the beginning of the show, I also showed you a bunch of other signs, some of which that I were just downloaded the file and printed of it. Some of it I designed myself. I've really gotten to the point now where it's like, this is awesome. You can literally let your creative juices flow and come up with anything that pops into your head. Okay, we have these two ingredients. Oh, that is DX version. That's also a DX version. I thought the Bavarian cream I had was not DX version. And then we have the pear. There you go. There's the 3 ingredients. We need a scale. Need a bottle. I literally just had there's the scale. This is the problem when I clean around here is stuff that I knew exactly where it was. Once I got it cleaned up, it's no longer where I had it. Guess I got to go over and get new ones out of the box. Holy moly, I have a whole bunch of 120 ml bottles and 60 ml bottles. And somehow I ended up reaching in and finding a single bag of a single 30 ml bottle. Whatever, I got what I needed. So we're good to go there. We teared that out. What do I need? I need to change this recipe. That's what I need to do. And see if I can just do it from here. No, I can't. There. Random recipe. There you go. Modify, edit, 30 mils. I did grab a 5-pack or 10-pack of the 10 mil bottles. I could have just left it the way it was and made 10 mils instead. But no, I told you I was making 30 mils, so that's what we're going to do. It's now been modified to make 30 mils. There's your recipe. Okay. Very nice. Tear that out. What'd I do with my secret sauce? Oh, there she is. That's not technically a dangle clack. I am discombobulated because I've cleaned and organized everything, and I need to get used to where everything's now going to be put. Okay, secret sauce. I need 1.8 grams. I want to get this old stuff used up. It doesn't even include the stuff I have still in my freezer in Pennsylvania. Close enough. Off to the side. Tear that out. Bavarian cream. 1.11. That does smell really good. Amazing how you just waft it past your nose and your nose just instantly picks it up. Okay, coconut. Like I said, this is the DX version of the coconut. I see it removed. 0.38. That is hardly at all much of anything. Come on. Okay. Not a very punchy coconut. I do get it. The coconut candy is really more aromatic than the regular coconut is. And then a very seldom used pear. 3.42 grams for 11% of this recipe. We'll get there little by little. Bam. Awesome sauceum. Vegetable glycerin and PG. Move my mouse. 2.49 grams. I don't know where my 120 ml bottle of PG is. So 2.49, 2.5. Close enough. Close enough for government work. Vegetable glycerin, 26.5. I don't even know why I use this little tiny bottle to do the top offs when I make 30s. Don't need to be that precise. Very nice. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. What's this gonna taste like? That's what I want to know. What's it gonna develop into? With that much pear and just a hint of the Bavarian cream. I really want to know. Ooh. That's wild. The coconut just is on the finish. There's that throat hit from the neck. I want to vape this. I want to vape this now. I want to try this. Need a dripper. There's a drop. Let's find the blue top. Need some wicking in here. 0.24. Can't believe there was a hotspot in here. This is not a new coil. Very nice. You know what? I think it's time. It's been a while since we've done this. Let's take some of the BP mods Pro Cotton. Let's use that. And this is the 3mm version. So all we need to do is pop this open and take out a little section. We don't really need much. I love how nice and soft this feels. Come here. Very nice. Floof out the end. And you don't have to be particular about, you know, exactly how long it is because it's just sitting on the bottom of it. Come on, tuck and roll. We've done this a million times. Grab, tuck, roll, slide it in. Very nice. Very simple. And that works. We'll get this off of there and we'll put it right onto this one. I know this is way too big for this thing, but top deck. I don't care. Let's get this new liquid that we just made. We'll give this thing a nice saturating soak. 8 watts. Ain't gonna work. It's locked. Hold it in. 0.25 is what it's reading. I'll go to 45 and see what that does like. More. Ooh, yeah, baby. Very interesting smell. Now, that's the one problem with the drop 1.5 is you need to not give it a full airflow. You want to get any real flavor out of it. It's weird. It's a cohesive recipe. The exhale is pure coconut. I'm getting kind of like this tartness on the tip of my tongue when I vape it. My brain is gravitating towards dragon fruit, but it's not. I need to revisit this in 24 hours and see what that variant cream does to it. I really like this, the way it sits. It's an unrecognizable flavor profile that leaves you with like a coconut milk finish. It's not a candied coconut. There is a little tinge of funk to this recipe.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, drop a drop of sweetener and see if it changes it. That is all.
You got it, buddy. Where's my little neotame sweeteners? Sweeteners we made up ourselves. 10% or 5%. Let's do 5% since we're adding it directly into there. That's that neotame that we mixed up back in April. This is a 5% neotame solution. Perfect little sweetener. And I've got a big bottle of it here that I could have reached into and just grabbed. Nice 60 ml of it. And that's just PG and neotame. A drop of that. A couple drops of this. See what sweetness does to it. I'm primarily getting the neotame flavor from it. It didn't lose the flavor profile of this, but the sweetener is acting independent of the flavor that I'm perceiving from this recipe. It does add to it in a good way, but it does also represent commercial juices these days that are typically over sweetened, where half of the flavor profile itself is the sweetness. I've literally over juiced it to the point where it's leaking out of the airflow when I tip it. The sweetener actually increased the funk of this recipe. Whereas before, the funk that you were getting before, when you first inhale the thing, you're getting like this unrecognizable fruit flavor, and then a coconut finish and a lingering coconut odor in your mouth. Now when you're getting it, you're getting a candied fruit. The coconut is still there, but the coconut transitions into a recognizable artificial sweetener in the end. Not quite like saccharin as like a comparison side by side, but as in that recognizable artificial sweetener aftertaste that lingers in your mouth. Like, for example, stevia has a recognizable artificial sweetener taste to it. And the Zevia, when I drink that with my dinner, I definitely recognize it as a stevia soda, a stevia diet soda. This Neotame, despite what people say, is a pure artificial sweetener that just simply replicates the sweetness you would get out of it. That's not true. Neotame has its own artificial sweetener aftertaste, but it is typically very subtle in recipes. When we do it in here, especially at, 5%, a drop of it on the thing, you're super concentrating it. And that kills it for me. Beforehand, when it was just the flavoring and the sweetness from the VG, I think the sweetness was balanced in there appropriately. I would like just maybe a hint of sweetness added to the final recipe if I was trying to sell this. But I don't think Neotame's the right answer. I think sucralose would work much better with this recipe. And sucralose plays into that fruit that's in this. I know it's a pear. I know it is, but it doesn't taste like a pear. Pear is very subtle flavor, and this is not a pear. TPA pear never really was for me. Other people may perceive the flavor differently than I do. And right now, that coconut is fighting with that artificial sweetener. I don't like it. I like the pure, unsweetened version of this recipe. Because that Neotame acts as a distraction in the recipe now. Where's my sucralose? Let me mask that. Let's use VTA Sweet Mate. See what that does. Put 2 drops of that. See, now that's better. Sweet Mate dropped that artificial flavor, bended it into something that is more about the sweetness than it is about the lingering artificial sweetener aftertaste. Yeah, I definitely think sucralose would be a better sweetener for this than the Neotame. And like I said, I truly like this without the sweetener in it. I need to make a label for this, and then we'll move on. And I need to make us the cinnamon Danish muffins. I told you guys I was going to make that today. We'll mix up a batch of that before we adjourn for the meeting. Load up the P-Touch software. Turn that on. I'm bummed Kenny didn't get to join us today. I made him this Skynet box. I literally made that for him. I don't remember watching the movie, to be honest with you. But I'm really looking forward to working on that. That's a nice little project. Get some LED strips, put it on the inside of that. And I'll probably print the grommet from TPU to put inside there for the wire coming out, so you can just plug it into a wall outlet. That's going to be the hard part for me, is to make this so that he can plug it in. And I think the easiest way for me to do it is to run a USB wire out of there, because that is internationally recognized as a power source. So that, the same USB slot that he has is going to provide 5 volts, and that's going to be perfect for the LED light strip. And that'll light it up as it's Skynet light box. You could do any design on the front of those things because plastic is transparent as long as it's a thin enough layer. Matter of fact, you can create artificial colors you don't actually have by overlaying different colors and building colors like a painter paints and builds colors. I don't like that aftertaste on my mouth. That coffee's strong enough to wash it away, though.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, print a small Terminator to go with it. That is all.
Yeah, I definitely should. Snake oil clone. That's the name of the recipe. Not psychedelic stallion. We did that last week. Snake oil cone. It's 8/18/26 and episode 525. Print. Print. I don't know why you have a confirmation box. You hit print, you should just automatically print it. You don't want it, you can cancel. Label printed, job done. As soon as I apply it. Really looking forward to making the cinnamon Danish roll muffin. It's been a long time. I had a bottle of it when I came here to Ohio, and that was my all-day vape for the longest time until that bottle was gone. Why can't I apply this straight today? Who popped in? Camphor, $12.99. Hello and welcome. Come on. There you go. I know you could do it. There's our snake oil clone e-liquid we just made. Knuckle test this. That is a beautiful recipe. No sweetener needed. Maybe that's the reason why I could never enjoy pear, because I always added sweetener to it. I've tried TFA sweetener, which is a combination of the ethyl maltol and the other sweetener. I've tried sucralose in there. Maybe pear is one of those flavorings you need to not use sweetener with, because that's the majority of this recipe. 11% pear. And that pear really plays off of the sweetness you get off of just pure vegetable glycerin. That's what I'm tasting is the primary dominant flavor profile is the unadulterated vegetable glycerin. If you're a DIY mixer, you need to just get a little VG and taste it by itself. Taste your VG. If that sweetness could come across inside of your vaporized liquid, you wouldn't need artificial sweeteners. The problem is when you vaporize the vegetable glycerin, the very first compound that gets destroyed is the sweetness of the vegetable glycerin. Once it's vaporized, you don't get that sweetness without artificial sweetener. Except in snake oil clone, the pear maintains the representation of that vegetable glycerin sweetness when you knuckle test it. And when I vaporized it for the very first taste of this recipe, that's the sweetness I got of unadulterated vegetable glycerin that you would knuckle test on a taste. It maintained it in the vaporized flavor, in the vaporized state. I don't get any of the Bavarian cream whatsoever or any characteristics of it. But the coconut does leave a nice, beautiful, tropical drink flavor profile on your tongue and in your nose as the saliva is washing those flavor compounds off of your tongue. What is the Bavarian cream going to do to this in the next days and weeks ahead? I don't know. But it can only add to it. Because the flavors that I'm experiencing with the pear and the coconut and the sweetness of the VG, I totally can see that if I were to have a Bavarian cream donut here right alongside it, the flavor profiles would mesh together very beautifully.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, the pear TPA has a warning it can crack plastic tanks. That is all.
No way. I didn't realize TPA pear was one of those flavorings. I thought it was the cinnamon. The old cinnamon hots that you used to buy. I still have some cinnamon hot flavoring here. I thought those were the only ones that cracked the plastic tanks. Well, I don't have any plastic tanks, so I'm not worried about it. Because I really, really like this recipe. I want to see what it develops into. Unless we get some funk buildup, because like I said, it does have a tinge, a little smidge of funk to it. But I'm playing that funk off as just like, this is an exotic fruit that comes with a little bit of funk. And it's not a distracting amount of it. It's just a little hint of it. Very interesting. All right, so we mixed up our snake oil. I'm so glad that we got to do that. And now I just want to get to the cinnamon Danish swirl muffin because I've been wanting to mix that up again for quite some time. So we'll go to my recipes. And since it's no longer publicly available, CDS muffin. Search. Get the regular version, not the salt version. Because that is, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what this e-liquid tastes like. Like you had a cinnamon Danish swirl muffin that you were eating. That's what this vape's like. Beautiful, lingering cinnamon Danish muffin flavor. This is your all-day vape. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. So let me switch over and get these ingredients together. See if the AI tracking actually follows me this time. All Capella ingredients. That's the best part about this recipe. So let's go get cinnamon Danish swirl muffin, custard cake, frosting, sticky bun, vanilla bean ice cream, and vanilla cupcake. Capella, not TFA. V1 of the cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. And I gotta use a spare bottle. Next, custard cake and frosting. Awesome. Sticky bun and vanilla bean ice cream. Big 120 ml bottle of sticky bun.
And we just have a little bottle of vanilla bean ice cream left. Is that everything? All I need is some super sweet, and that's our whole recipe.
Awesome. Fantastic. This really became my favorite. No time flat. It wasn't initially when I did the shake and vape on it because it doesn't taste right out of the box. It doesn't actually taste like a real muffin, a cinnamon muffin. It tastes like a cinnamon muffin after it's steeped for a while. And it literally took 2 months before it is recognizable as a cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. And by the 3rd month is, I think, when it finally reaches its peak of what goodness it can taste. And then it maintains that for a very long time. And I can't tell you what happens after 6 months because I can't get a bottle to last longer than that. If I know it's here and I know it's steeped, I have to vape it. Oh. I use that towel to wipe off the excess coming out of that dripper. And I can smell it there. It's almost like a cactus flavor. That's the closest flavor, that compound and flavoring that I've used before that I can compare it to. All right, let's get this mixed up. This recipe is already preset for 120 mils, so let's flip it. Let's zoom out and put the scale where she needs to go. And when it's not quite right, I could swing this over, or I can move this way and just move this way. Let's put our tools away. Get that out of there. Put our scissors away and our tweezers. Awesome sauce. Nick the 420 kid texts me before the show and they're like, "Hey man, we having a show today?" I'm like, "Yeah, we're definitely having a show today." And I sent him an invite. I says, "If you ever want to be on the show, just let me know and I'll be happy to set it up so that we can make it happen." And he's like, "Yeah, cool, that'd be great." I'm like, "Okay, now I just need to create you a scene inside of OBS." So he could have joined us for the show today, but my fault is anytime I've created links for people, if they're just going to be here one time, that's never happened. I don't have like a guest scene where I can just send a guest link to whoever wants to be a guest on the show. Every link I've always created under the assumption that they're going to be back at some time in the future. So I created a permanent source inside of OBS and a permanent link using their name as the identifier inside of Ninja. So I need to create that for him, and then he can join us for the show one time or multiple times, whatever he feels like. And I will, at the same time I create his source in OBS, create 2 guest sources so that if any of you ever decide you want to be on the show to join us, you can just come and join us, and you can be the guest. I can send you the guest link, and OBS is automatically populated to work it, and I just have a button to, make that source active, and then you don't have to have a show with just me on it. All right, look how dark that is. What's that taste like? I bet it tastes wonderful. Come on, I just need a drop. Give me a drop. Come on. Don't make me wait for it. I don't have that kind of patience. Oh. Come on. Stop dropping stuff on the floor. Let's get this cap off of here. I think it's like the 4th time I've remade this. Oh, wow. That is so good. Literally lick the top of that bottle. Don't worry, the vegetable glycerin, not the vegetable glycerin, the propylene glycol that we put in here is an antimicrobial, so whatever germs I had on my tongue will be killed sitting inside that liquid. And you literally put PG on that lid and essentially sterilize it. It's not actually sterilizing it, but it does kill the microbes. Okay, I guess the first thing that we should do is put our secret sauce in here, and I'm actually going to use the good stuff I just bought to nick up this bottle off. Very, very good. I need 7.46 grams of our secret sauce. I'll pull up a 5 mil. And then we need 2.5 more. To take us to 7.46. There's our secret sauce. Job done. Moving on to our flavoring, we're going to start with cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. And there's my cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. I'm going to tear that out. I need to put in there 2.5 grams. Do I have enough in here? I don't know. But I always have this one handy. And I did buy 120 ml bottles of that flavoring because I love this recipe that much. I'm going to keep making it. All right. 2.5 grams of cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. And this is the V1 of cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. There's a V1 and a V2. I'm assuming the V2 is DAP free. The V1 has DAP in it. I don't care. I'm putting the DAP version in there. All right. 2.52. Give it a good shake. Come on. Reuse the cap so I don't have to print a new label for this one, and then this gets pitched. Should recycle it, actually. Who joined us? Craig D, hello and welcome. Evening to you, mate. Cinnamon Danish swirl muffins is the recipe we're making up today. We've made it before, but I need a refill. Custard cake. Here's a little bottle of it. 1.2 grams. Yummy. Frosting from Capella. 1.2. Oops, I went over. It's okay. Who doesn't love a little extra frosting? It's not going to dramatically alter the flavor. All right, 1.2 frosting. Now we need sticky bun. And sticky bun is in a 120 ml bottle. I've already bought 2 30 ml bottles and said, this is stupid. Why am I buying 30 mils at a time? Get 120 mils. Get it over with. All right, sticky bun 3.6. Almost there. Very good. Vanilla bean ice cream. Look how old this is. Oh man, is that delicious. 0.6. Nice. Vanilla cupcake. Where's my vanilla cupcake? Did I not get vanilla cupcake? I must have forgot to grab that. Wait a minute, did I already put it in there? Vanilla bean ice cream, frosting, sticky bun, cinnamon Danish swirl muffin, custard cake, Bavarian cream. No. Where's the vanilla cupcake? Well, I don't know where the small bottle is, so I have to get a big bottle. Vanilla cupcake. 2.4. Very vanilla-y. Smells like almost like a vanilla frosting. Nah, there's definitely some cupcake components to it. The vanilla is very pungent and artificial. And if you hold it a little bit further away from your nose, you kind of get the cupcakey sweet cake characteristic. 2.4. Very nice. Super sweet. Purellum is what it called for. That's what I mixed it up. Not that it should really matter. Cupcake, Capella Super Sweet would work just as well. And as flavorful as this is, the nuances that you get in the Capella Super Sweet don't detract from this recipe. I think Purellum's a little bit cleaner, sweetener for sucralose, but in this recipe, it's not going to matter either way. You can switch whatever brand of sucralose you have. You DIY your own. That's fine too. 1.2. This is not play nice with your coils, but it's not a coil killer, if that makes sense. Oops, I went over. 1.2, I'm supposed to stop. 1.4. All right, whatever. So all I need is PG. 16.8 grams of PG. And like I said, because I licked this. There. Just like that. That is now cleaned and can be set off to the side. 16.8. Awesome sauceum. I don't know why I thought I had a full gallon of VG open. I do have one. It's hiding behind the new one. All right, let's stir up the PG ingredients first. Not that it matters, because this is something you're going to have to steep for 2 months anyway. There's all the PG ingredients. Beautiful color right off of the bat. And that is not because of the nick that I used to nick up that bottle. The nick I used is beautiful, clean. And that's just simply the cinnamon Danish swirl muffin and these other cupcakey flavors. And then 106 is what we're shooting for. Just fill it up to the brim. There you go. Let's see how quick and easy that is. You can literally pour it right out of the gallon jug. You put this jug out front in case I make any more 120 ml bottles. And she's done. She's done. Throw the cap on. Let's make sure it's pushed on the whole way. I've learned this before. Just because you screw the cap on the whole way doesn't mean that this lid is completely sealed. So make sure that you verify that it's fully on there. There's our beautiful liquid. We'll give that a nice shake. And just like if you were jarring your fruit and your vegetables from your garden, that needs to go on a shelf so that it can age. It can ripen like fine wine. Because it'll taste delicious now. You could shake and vape this. But it's not going to be what you can get 2, 3, 4, 5 months down the road. This is one of those ones, like Vic used to make up his beautiful custard, his peach custard. This is one of those ones that you set it aside and you let it ripen on its own. You come back when it is a beautiful, dark colored liquid. And when you do, your patience will be rewarded with the best tasting cinnamon Danish swirl muffins you could ever imagine in an e-liquid. Definitely worth the wait. Awesome, and that wraps up the show for today. We've hit the 5-hour mark. We've made 2 beautiful recipes. We covered the news, the science, the advocacy. I got on my soapbox, told you guys a bunch of stories from different experiences I've had over the years. And we covered all that stuff. We talked about how FDA authorized nicotine pouches were seized by the Canadian Customs and Border Protection because they are illegal in Canada. And the vapes that they confiscated are legal vapes in the United States. They are FDA authorized and tested and have market authorization for sale in the United States, but they're illegal in Canada because they're not child safe compliant products that they've tested and certified. They're the United States version of them, which there really isn't much difference. And they're illegal in Canada. So they confiscated 6.6 million products that could have kept people from switching back to smoking cigarettes. Have been confiscated and are meant to be destroyed because they're illegal products in Canada. Tainted products. They're not tainted. They're unadulterated. They're just illegal in your country because your politicians are stupid. Anyway, what an awesome show. Hope you guys had a great time. If you guys wanted to, there's a link to the Discord server below. Please feel free to upload your hand checks and your dad jokes. There's plenty of sections on there. We've got a morning chat section. Everybody gets on and uploads their daily hand checks on there, what they're having for breakfast, whatever. You want to get on there and vent about some schmuck that cut you off on the highway on the way home? Just drop it in the chat, in the morning chat section. You can talk all day long on there. And there's other stuff on there. People are starting to fill out like the recipes, like your favorite recipe. I need to upload my meatloaf onto there. And I got a couple other recipes I want to throw up onto there for you guys to be able to do for real good food stuff. But what an awesome day. Slurricane to the rescue. All right, folks. Peace, love, and a hunky vape. It's my wish to all of you guys out there. Hope you guys all have a fantastic week ahead. I'll be back same time, same place next week. Gabriella's like, no, don't give up our meatloaf recipe. Share it with the world. Let everybody enjoy how wonderful our meatloaf is. It'll be completely different than what you're used to. The ketchup goes in the meatloaf, not on top. Tastes way better that way. Anyway, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all you guys. Hope you guys all have a fantastic week ahead. Be back same time, same place next week. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
It was over, gone too soon. I tried to sleep and to pretend I miss you was my only friend. I stayed with her, she held me for so long. You can have all my life, take all